can you see that? That's Opulence in the beginning. That's Jason Yenter as well. All right, whose is this one? I'm not going to open this one. No, I don't think so. Yes, it is. It is Rachel Hauer. She's the lady who designs tooless tattoos. Yeah, I'm having my tattoo done tomorrow morning. Not by her. No, not by her. She's a bit busy. Right, here's the leaf one. That's Is that Anna? Yeah, that's Anna Maria, that one. Right, whose is that one? Because I recognise that one. Not Jennifer Paganelli. In the beginning, it's Jason Yenter. Jason Yenter. Then your green grunge. In the beginning. Oh, we've got a lot of Jason Yenter. I don't know who that one is there. I haven't got a name on that one. Whose is that one, Han?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Visualise live.
Join us on Sewing Street as we're throwing a Stitch-tastic party all weekend long, celebrating Stuart's birthday. We've got the Brother FS250ME back in stock, the gorgeous new Tilda Songbird fabric launch, and so much more. Plus, help us launch Stuart's brand new Block of the Month Club. And because it's a party, enter our prize giveaway and get a free exclusive pin badge with every order, while stocks last. So grab a slice of cake and let's make Stuart's birthday the most fabric-tastic weekend ever on Sewing Street.
Good morning, everybody. Woo! It's a Stitch-tastic birthday party. Apparently, I saw grab a slice of cake, and immediately I'm looking around the room thinking, where's mine? Anyway, welcome to the weekend. I'm Stuart Hillard. It is my birthday weekend. And oh my goodness me, have I got a weekend for you. Absolutely fantastic. Cancel all your plans, stay with us and have the most amazing time. Thanks already for all the lovely messages that you are sending in. Anyway, there's lots of different things this weekend, but there's one thing that remains. Our early bird. And it had to be one of my hero products. It is Odif 505 quilt basting spray. It's the 250ml can. If you've never tried it before, it's a basting spray to hold your layers together when you're making a quilt, to make quilting so much easier. And you're getting a great saving. It should normally be £8.99. You are saving £1.50 on this. You're getting it for £7.49. Now, here's something super exciting. You might have noticed this. Or, check these out. Look at these bad boys. I've never been turned into a pin badge before. If you ever thought that I needed cutting down to size, this is your chance. It's a mini-me. It's a mini-me. And I do love the fact that they've made me look about 35. So thank you for that. Now, if you would love one of these, my goodness me, who would? You'll get this with your purchase. So everybody who purchases over this weekend, today or tomorrow, you'll get a pin badge. While stocks last, one per customer. OK? So if you want two of them, you'll have to order on two different emails. I'm just saying. Although why you'd want two, who knows? There's a special code on the back as well, so don't throw the bit of cardboard away. But this is a special commemorative pin badge. And I must say, thank you so much to our team who have put this together. I absolutely love it. It's so cute. It's so cute. Now, remember, you know, if you're getting something like a basic, like 505 basting spray, early bird today, you're getting this as well. I mean, it's just fantastic, isn't it? I love it. I love it. That's a lot of fun. Add it to your collection of Sewing Street badges. Sending you so much love on your birthday, Stuart. Lovely to spend it with you. Thank you, Sue. That's Sue in Lincolnshire. Another one. This says, happy birthday, lovely Stuart. Have a great weekend. Love the pin badge. I've made an order already. Yay! Thank you, Sandra. Lots and lots of you shopping ahead. Happy birthday. Already ordered the block of the month and the panel, so I've got the badge. Liz, woohoo! Fantastic. Another message. Happy birthday, Stuart. My favourite presenter from a fellow Aquarian. Sue, we're special people. Aquarians are special people. Mwah. Thank you. Happy birthday weekend, Stuart. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. I'm 55 on Tuesday. I will be here on Tuesday, but I'm 55. Good morning, lovely man. Stop it. Happy birthday. That was from Chantal. Thank you, my love. Christine's message. Happy birthday weekend, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. I've got to say that one. Happy birthday, Stuart. Love Sam in Nantwich. Thank you, Sam. Fran's got in touch. Happy birthday. Hooray, it's Stuart time. Happy birthday. So glad you're back. Thank you, Carol. Big kiss for you. Zahida says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you. Lynn says, good morning, gorgeous Stuart. Happy birthday weekend. Thank you. Happy birthday, fabulous, talented Stuart Clare. I am loving these messages. And if anybody wants to call me a spring chicken, you are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. Fiona says, happy birthday to the best presenter ever. Thank you. Looking forward to seeing what you are going to treat us with today. Yeah, it's like, this is the modern thing, isn't it? That when it's your birthday, you have to treat everyone else to cake. Ruth says, morning, Stuart and team, happy birthday. Hugs and love, Ruth in Durham. Thank you, Ruth. And Tracy says, happy birthday weekend, Stuart. Thank you, my love. Happy birthday to a very special man. Thank you, Heather. That's really kind. Thank you. So kind of you all. Remember, every purchase... everyone who purchases today or tomorrow, while stocks last, you will get this... very, very special pin badge that says Stuart's birthday show. I have been turned into a pin badge. Loving those shoes. Those are based on real shoes. I just want to say, I love the attention to detail. It's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's even got how tight my jeans are. And I love all the hair as well. That is just a gift. Thank you for that. Deborah says, happy birthday, fabulous Stuart. You're defo a spring chicken. Thank you. Christine's got her badge. Happy birthday to you, says Nicola. Happy birthday, spring chicken. That's the one, that's the one, that's the one. I'm just going to remind you of our early bird today. It is the Odif 505 temporary adhesive. This is the quilt basting spray. $7.49 instead of the usual $8.99. It's just if I can have the screen on, it's not showing the product. Sorry, thank you. Happy birthday to the magnificent Stuart. Joanne, thank you. That is a birthday gift. Chantal says, is it your actual birthday today or tomorrow? From a fellow January birthday gift. Well, no, it's not actually, Chantal. My birthday is Tuesday, the 3rd of February, but this is the birthday weekend. But happy birthday to you, my love. Happy birthday to you. Hi, Stuart. I am 69 this year, so to me, you are a spring chicken. Happy birthday. Bridget, bless you. Yeah, we are both spring chickens because there's always someone older. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. Now, I'm going to mention the machine quickly. So... I'm just going to mention this really quickly. We have been waiting for months for a restock of the Brother FS 250 sewing machine, and it is the Maker's Edition with the walking foot, the darning foot, all the kit and caboodle. Josephine, good morning, Stuart. I share my birthday with you. Ah, happy birthday, Josephine. I can't wait to purchase the Brother sewing machine. Have a great day. Best wishes from Josie. Is this your birthday present to yourself? That is a fabulous, what a present. It's finally back in stock. It's been months and months since we've had this in stock. It is now back in stock. It is the machine you've been waiting for. I know a lot of you wanted it for Christmas and have waited. Okay, we did have the 140, lovely machine, but I know a lot of you, because this is such incredible value, we are dropping this price today to £399. I can't do the crash now, and it won't be on the website. It'll still be showing as £799. But we will be crashing that price. You will be getting it for better than half price. So if you want to get it in your basket now and check out, you absolutely can. I promise you it will drop to £399. There, I've said it. Okay, so check out with confidence there that machine is back in stock. Very excited about that. That is coming up later. But I need you to come with me, because I'm just going to take my badge with me. Because here's the other really exciting thing this weekend. So because it's my birthday weekend, we are having a shop to win. Now, this is a very... Yes, yeah. Not this, and not this, but you do get this, okay? But you also get this. £1,000 plus, and actually a prize that money cannot buy, and I'll tell you why in just a second. So you're getting one person, this is over the whole weekend, every single individual item that you buy counts as one entry into the prize draw. So if you buy 5 things, separate checkouts, or all together, you'll get 5 entries into the prize draw. There is a sewing machine. There is a massive bundle of Mandy Shaw redwork fabric. There is an Orifil thread collection, a beautiful travel iron, a pair of Fiskars sewing scissors, a very special sewing street bag, a whole bolt of William Morris, a whole 20-metre bolt of calico, or is it 25 metres? I think they're 25. William Morris mugs, and here's the bit of the prize that money literally cannot buy. I received the shipping samples of my brand new fabric range, porcelain and sea glass, on Thursday. We have cut some pieces of fabric from every one of the, I think it's 18 fabrics, and we have included them. This does not come out in shops. Shops won't even receive this until April or even early May. You are getting, so this is part of the prize. So you will get some of my brand new fabric months before it's available in the shops. Okay, and this is in the prize. And so I literally got my samples on Thursday, and you'll be getting yours a few days after me. That is quite something. But also a sewing machine, a bolt of calico, everything you see here, all the Mandy Shaw fabric. And of course you will get your Mini-Me badge as well. Quite a prize. All you got to do is shop. It could be a pack of needles, it could be a pattern, it could be a brand new Brother FS250 Maker's Edition, it could be a panel from my brand new quilt of the month. Every single individual item counts as an entry into the prize draw. Right, we are going to launch now into the menu. Let's go for it. This is our menu for today. We are starting off with my brand new and first time ever block of the month. It's called Sewing Through the Year, and I am so excited to share this with you. I really hope you're going to love it. At 9 o'clock, I am joined by my very dear friend Lynn Goldsworthy with a fabulous brand new quilt called Storm at Sea. There is a pattern, there is a kit, there are templates as well. This is such a beautiful, classy quilt. It is gorgeous. And talking of classy, Lynn's going to be with me that whole hour. At 10 o'clock, it is the fabulous back in stock of the Brother FS250 ME. Now, I have told you already we are going to £399. That is better than half price. Better than half price, and that is with your walking foot, darning foot, all the kit and caboodle, and you're entered into the prize draw to win all of this as well. Imagine that, buying a brand new £399 sewing machine, half price, and then winning £1,000 of prizes as well. Absolutely incredible. That is at 10, but I do need to let you know we've got limited numbers, we've got double figures of the machine, okay, but you are already checking out on it. So if you've been waiting for that machine, shop ahead and get your machine home. At 11 o'clock, Lynn's back with a fabulous kit, actually. It's really beautiful, called Elegant Wings, from Maria Matos. This is stunning, absolutely stunning quilt. And then, last of all, at 12 o'clock, we have got Stuart's birthday deals. What a day, including massive bottles of Best Press, one of my favourite products, one of my hero products. It's all about heroes today. Now, let's get started, and I'm excited because this is the first time I've ever done a block of the month, and here she is. It is called Sewing Through the Year. Now, I've had this idea going through my head for the last few years. I wanted to do vintage sewing machines with seasonal flowers around them. All the kind of flowers that you might find in your garden at that time of year, through the year. Now, there are 12 different vintage sewing machines, and they've got this gorgeous kind of watercolour painted look to them. I've picked the colours and the flowers to suit the time of year, and each month one of the blocks will release, so January through to December. We've got a little bit of catching up to do because we're starting in January. We are going to start with the January block, which has things like gorgeous hellebores and some pine cones, and has this gorgeous kind of vintage sewing machine in greens. You get everything on the panel to make the whole block, and your border is included as well. We're also going to be launching today February, which is right here, which has things like, I think I'm a little bit hopeful that we might get bearded irises, but you never know. Really, really pretty, but amethyst, of course, for the amethyst birthstone for Aquarians and people born in February. Now, there's also 4 seasonal wreaths in the collection: spring, summer, autumn and winter. So there are lots of options. You can make a 12-block quilt, or you can make a 16-block with the 4-corner wreaths, or you can make this and make a 4-block spring, summer, autumn, winter quilt. Or you can make cushions. There's so many ways that you can use this block of the month programme. And I've made it really easy for you because I've put everything into one pattern that you will use for the entire 12 months. That doesn't just include how to make this quilt. It actually has 10 different ways to use your panel, and you get 5 actual panels, 5 actual patterns rather, to make different things, which I'll show you in just a second, all for £9.99. Now, your monthly cost for your panels is £9.99. So this whole quilt that's hanging in front of me here is going to cost you for panels less than £120. Now, this is a big quilt. This is about 75 inches by about 90 inches. It doesn't actually, it just about fits on the floor, okay? But that is incredible value. I've added in about 2 metres of a white white on white fabric for the sashings and for the white that goes in the border. But all of your border fabrics are all from your panels each month. All of your sashing fabrics is all from your panel. So literally for under £120, you can make the whole quilt, you know, with just a couple of bits and bobs added, a bit of white on white, which you might already have in your stash. I've also used a black and white, narrow black and white stripe for the binding, which I've got on the show. And if you want to add that in, you can. So many different ways you can use this. I'm excited to show you the panels, so we're going to get to that. Now, don't forget that we're running Shop to Win this weekend. And that means that every single individual item that you purchase gets you an entry into this prize draw. Over £1,000 worth of prizes, including a sewing machine, oodles of fabric, thread and iron, scissors from Fiskars. And remember, you are getting my entire brand new fabric collection for Lewis and Irene called Porcelain and Sea Glass about 2 or 3 months before it even launches. Nobody has got access to this fabric apart from me and you, potentially. So this is quite an amazing bit of the prize. Definitely not to be sniffed at. You're also getting, remember, that fabulous mini-me pin badge, which is awesome fun. I love it. I love it. Everybody who shops over the weekend, every customer will get one of these pin badges with their order while stocks last. So get your orders in nice and early and guarantee that you get yours. Great. We are going to get straight into it. OK, let's show you the graphics. This is the best way to buy today, OK? Because we're doing a little bit of catch-up. Partly because it's the 31st of January and 1st of February tomorrow, and then I'm going on holiday and I won't be back until March. I'll tell you about that. So we're doing a bundle. Now, what you get in your bundle is you get the January panel, you get the February panel, and you get the spring wreath. You also get the instructions. Now, I'm going to show you the instructions first because this is incredible value. Incredible value. I thought long and hard. I wanted to make, because, you know, you're buying a panel already, and you know I like to give you the best value for money I can. I always try and put as much into my patterns. And I thought, I want to justify why you're getting a pattern, OK? So here's why. So first of all, you get an introduction to sewing through the year. And then I start with 10 different ideas for using your blocks each month, or as a one-off. Making a 16-block, a 12-block quilt, a 4-block wall hanging, a series of seasonal wall hangings, 12 monthly cushions, a calendar wall hanging, candle mats, tote bag, a standalone wall quilt, and birthday quilts. 10 different ideas. Lots of quilt making tips. Then we get into the mainstay. You've got full instructions for making the 12-block quilt. That's the one that's hanging behind me with this sashing, piece sashing. Now, I wanted to make this all about that beautiful image of the sewing machine and the flowers, but also an opportunity for you to experiment maybe. So you can follow my instructions if you want and do that border around each block as I have. So many of you coming in for this. It's going to be a fun year. But you can do your own thing if you want to. You get full instructions for doing that, how to put the whole quilt together. This is one set of instructions for the entire year. You will only buy these instructions once. OK? If you want the instructions on their own, you can get the instructions on their own, because you can also use this without the panel, OK? I just got your block of the month starter bundle, Stuart. Couldn't resist, as it's so beautiful. Oh, Christine, thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, loving your quilt pattern, Stuart. It's a stunner. Thank you for spoiling us. Oh, Collector, you are welcome. Thank you so much for that. It's been going round my head for so long. I love your new block of the month quilt. It's beautiful, Stuart. I bought mine. I can't wait. Happy birthday. Tracy, thank you so much. Thank you. I wanted something that you could just really enjoy. You know, I've kept it quite simple. You've got the block. You've got your pieced sashing and your cornerstones. So it makes up to a 20-inch finished block. So lots of impact. You don't have to do a lot of work. Now, what I've done, what I thought when I was making this was, this would be a great candidate for Quilt As You Go. I've never done Quilt As You Go myself. You know, I long arm, and so working with something big is not an issue for me, but I know that most people don't have access to a long arm and you could pay to get it long armed, of course, but what about doing it Quilt As You Go? So what I thought was, you know what? Why don't I give you full instructions for how to do Quilt As You Go? So you get a full within the $9.99 instructions. This is a 20-page booklet for $9.99. You get full instructions, 4 pages of instructions for how to do Quilt As You Go, okay? How to do the joining, and I'll show you here. So, look, you've got your narrow, this is your joining strip on the front, and then you've got your strip on the back. This is such a cool, clever method for breaking it down. So all you would quilt each month is a 20-inch square finished panel. That's all you've got to quilt. And so then you could actually really make this this block of the month into a let's really practice my quilting this year quilt. You could hand quilt it. You could do really intricate free motion. You could do cross-hatching, but really fine cross-hatching, the kind of thing that you would never want to do with a massive quilt. But because you're only working on one block at a time, you can really go to town. You do not have to wait until the end to put it all together. We are going to do it row by row, so you can be making one row in its entirety, quilted, joined together, make the next row, and then you can join the first half. You've got Quilt As You Go instructions to use forevermore. These Quilt As You Go instructions will work for any Quilt As You Go. That is that value. Over 200 of you have already gone for this. Well done. Next up, you get full instructions for making my 4-block seasonal wall hanging. I've got that right here. We'll show you it hanging. This was the first. I loved making this. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. You know I love my garden and I love flowers. I've only ever made lap quilts before, says Rosalind in the West Midlands, but your quilt is so beautiful. I've bought it and will do the Quilt As You Go method. Thank you, lovely man. Oh, Rosalind, I'm so glad that you've been inspired to make a larger quilt. The thing is, you can still add the border. You can still do everything. The only difference will be, I'll show you. The only difference will be, on this, I've got 1-inch wide sashings, and the sashings add to the width and the length. They add to the size. Now, with Quilt As You Go, your joining strip is a bit narrower. So you've still got that white strip between the blocks, but it's just a little bit narrower. If I hold it up against, it's 1/2 inch instead of 1 inch. Can you see? You will have that same narrow strip here, where I've got a 1-inch strip between the border. It'll be that narrow strip. And with Quilt As You Go, although you've got a visible sashing, it doesn't actually add anything to the size of the quilt. So if you go Quilt As You Go, your quilt will be very slightly narrower and shorter. I mean, I'm talking about probably about 1.5 inches or 2 in both directions, that's all. So it's a tiny little bit smaller. Such a clever method. Deputy Joan's been doing quilt as you go things for years and is a whiz at it. I've never done it. Absolutely loved the method. A new technique, and it might be something that totally revolutionises your quilt making. Here's the seasonal quilt. I've just had an argument with myself. Oh, Michelle, I do that all the time. As to whether I really need this. I lost and it went into my basket. Michelle, don't argue with yourself. Don't do it. I lost. I love that. I love that. I love that. But you see, look here. Now, you could just use... You don't have... See, I've used all 16 blocks, but not in one quilt. I've used 4 for the seasonal wreath. And then I've used the other 12 to make the quilt. You could use this seasonal wreath, this is the spring wreath, to create a lovely little wall hanging for Easter, or a cushion, or a Mother's Day gift, or a bag. A bag. Here's a bag I made using the panel. Now, in the pattern itself, I've given the basic dimensions that I've used for the bag. I haven't given a full pattern because if you've got any of my bag books, I've used my box bag method. So the method's really simple. If you've ever made a bag before, I've put these little ties in the seams, but I've given you all the basic dimensions. So if you've done a bit of bag making before, you'll have enough there to be able... And that's such a fun extra little project that you can do with just one panel. So you could make one of those every month or... let me show you more in the pattern anyway. There's still loads more. So you've got your 4-block seasonal one. And the thing is, you could do this with any 12-inch finished block. You could make this with any 12-inch finished block because we're going to cut our panel to 12.5 inches square and then add our sashings. Well, so many traditional quilt blocks are 12-inch finished. So these instructions aren't just for the panel by any means. Right, so you've got that. Now, you've also got a candle mat. I love a candle mat. This is all for £9.99. This is all for £9.99. So let me show you. This is the candle mat. So I've used one of the panels. I love a jar candle. I can't mention the brand, but you know the one. And also love vases of flowers and just pretty little things like this. So you get full instructions for how to make this. And I teach you how to draft the pattern so you can make them at different sizes as well. But here's the other thing. When I'd made this, I thought to myself, do you know what? Wouldn't that make the most beautiful quilt block? Look at this. Look. So if you followed my method, and I do say this in the pattern, if you followed my instructions to make the candle mat, but you leave out the wadding, I say all this in the instructions, it's all there. Then applique that to a square of, say, white on white fabric and then carry it. I mean, wouldn't that make the most gorgeous quilt? Imagine the whole quilt done like that. I thought about that after I'd done that, otherwise I might have done it. Laura Ann's got in touch to say, hi Stuart, many happy returns, thank you. I've gathered a few beginner quilt kits, but your block of the month looks like it will be my start into patchwork quilt. That's the message, that's the one. Do you know, I love it. If I can inspire one person to take up quilting, that feels like a wonderful achievement. Thank you ever so much. I'm really thrilled. And I think you will really enjoy this. You could start with a cushion. So you get full instructions also for making this cushion. You could make a cushion. You could do this every month and switch them out. You could make the cushion for your birthday month or switch them out. So many different things you can do. And then you've got your bag as well. There's your bag. And I've given you just basic dimensions for it. And then on the back, now I also mentioned this at the very start. You can, if you want to, make the full quilt, which is all 16 blocks. We'll still run that over a 12-month period, so the whole thing will be done within 2026. because we'll release the seasonal wreaths as well as a month. You know what I mean? Which you're getting in this bundle. You're getting January, February and the springtime wreath, which is that top left corner. But you can put all 16 together into a quilt. Again, you've got all your fabric to make your border. It's all included, all for £9.99 per pattern. So that whole quilt would cost you under £160 plus a bit of white on white fabric. That's all you've got to add. Literally, that is all you've got to add. A bit of white on white fabric. So huge, huge value. Shall we have a little look at the panels and I'll show you how they work. Okay, so we're starting off. Here is January. I'll hold this up just for a second so you can see. So, for your £9.99, what you're getting is you're getting your seasonal wreath, first of all. Now, there's deliberately no cutting line around this because I want you to be able to cut it wherever and however you like. And obviously we've got this little bit up here, so that restricts that. But you can cut it a little bit wider if you want. You could cut it into a rectangle if you wanted to. Ah, Tracy from the Isle of Wight has got in touch. Ah, one of my favourite places to visit. I've got mine. Fabulous, Stuart. I'm going to make 2 smaller quilts with the panel. That's a smashing idea, Tracy. Lovely, lovely. You could do the 12 and the 4. You can mix and match. Caroline from the Highlands has messaged. Oh, it's lovely, as are you, Stuart. Oh, thank you. I'm going to make it and embellish the flowers with some embroidery. Caroline, yes. So this is the other thing you can do. So have a look at this panel for a second. Because you're only working on 1 panel each month, imagine you could add beading into the centre. You could have little white beads, almost for like snow, encrusting the pine. You could add little straight stitches to the pine cones to sort of bring them to life. You could add a little bit of running stitch around the sewing machine, or even a thread that runs from the machine and down through. It would be so much fun. Here's another idea. You could even make a series of little quilts that you put draped on the sewing machine, couldn't you? I wouldn't put any wadding in them. I would just back them like a little mini quilt. And then once the quilt is all put together and quilted, you could then hand stitch that little sort of folded quilt so it looks like it's being worked on. Oh, I want to do that now. Why do I always have these ideas where when I'm not in a position to do them? Anyway, you get that. Then you get your light coordinates and you get your dark coordinates. Now, you get more of your dark coordinate because my idea really is that you're probably going to do a border of this around your block and then use this to go around that. So you need more of this. You could also use this to make things like half square triangles, quarter square triangles, flying geese. I mean, if you want to stick to my proportions, you've only got to make sure that this border is 4.5 inches unfinished, 4 inches finished. So you could do 2-inch by 4-inch flying geese to run around the block. You could do half square triangles, quarter square triangles, checkerboards. You could do something different on every single block. And because you've got a light coordinate and a dark, you could just use these fabrics. However, you know in my instructions I'm going to say to you, go to your stash. Grab some other green fabrics, grab some golden fabrics, grab some brown fabrics and make it your own, make it unique, okay? You get all of this on one panel for £9.99. So what I'm hoping is that you're going to take this as a springboard for your creativity. I've kept my quilt simple and I love it. I'm thrilled to bits with how it's turned out, but I wanted to keep it simple and fresh. I wanted to focus on those beautiful illustrations. And a massive shout out to Lou, our amazing graphic designer here at Sewing Street, who helped bring my ideas and dreams to a reality. She's incredible, and I couldn't do what I do without her. So a massive shout out and lots of love to Lou. But also, if you want to embellish, bead, embroider, hand quilt, machine quilt, you could add extra applique, you can add piecing, or none of that. Here's February. This is all in the bundle. You see, tomorrow is February, so we're allowed, it's okay. So that's gone in. I've sort of bridged 2 months. And then I'm back in March. If you haven't heard, Charlie and I are flying to Australia next week, and we're there until the middle of March. Ridiculously, this is our first holiday in 11 years, which I cannot quite believe. But Millie is also in Australia. Although she is over in Melbourne, we are in Western Australia. But I'm still expecting her to turn up, knocking on our door. Yeah, she's gonna. Yeah, we've got a very nice apartment. So, anyway, so this is February. We've got irises. We have got this beautiful ivy. I'm trying to remember the name of these. If you know what they are, please email in. They're not daffodils, honestly. Then you've got your beautiful coordinates, amethyst, of course, which is the official birthstone. Loads of that as well. Again, you can buy these panels individually, but the easiest way to get everything to get started is with this bundle. So there's your February. That would make a gorgeous bag. Can you imagine? There's your... That would be really lovely. And the thing is as well, if you're going for the bundle, you can always get an extra panel if you want to make a special bag or something like that. And just to show you as well with the bag, there's your panel, 12.5 inches. You've got your coordinate at the top, the sides and the base, that's the dark coordinate. You've got your light coordinate on the back. Now, you have enough of your dark coordinate to put a pocket on the back. I didn't, just for speed. I've added a binding. You don't have to. And these ties, you don't have to. But if you did, you know, half a metre would be way more than you need. I've used a bit of something else for lining. You don't get enough fabric to line it, but anything would do. Calico would be fine. And then I've just done some sew-on handles. But you could make your own handles very, very simply and easily. So, I mean, to be able to make a bag for £9.99, again, is pretty unheard of. So there's February. And then, this is the one that's a little bit different. This is your seasonal wreath, and this is your spring wreath. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist doing a seasonal wreath. There's 4 in the block of the month. This is spring. Obviously, we've got summer, autumn, and winter as well. This is something I think you might want to get an extra one of these, because this is the kind of thing, yes, you can use it in your quilt, but I think to also have a little seasonal wall hanging for spring, for summer, for autumn and winter, how lovely to be able to bring that out. And again, such fun to add beading and embroidery and embellishments to this. Here's your coordinates, these gorgeous fresh greens. So within your bundle, you are getting the spring wreath, the February block of the month, the January block of the month, and my pattern to make all those different projects. Full instructions for quilt as you go, for a cushion, for the candle mat, for the 4-block quilt, for the 12-block quilt. You've got instructions. Oh, I would point out as well, on the 12 block, you've got this sashing, okay? On the 16 block quilt, Sorry, not on the 16 block quilt, on the seasonal quilt, you've got a different border to the blocks. Now, it comes out exactly the same size as the 12 blocks. So if you wanted this border around your blocks instead of this border, or half an hour, you absolutely can. You can substitute. So I've tried to give you as many different options as you can. You know, I wanted to make these instructions the best I could. We can do the instructions on their own. Physical instructions, £9.99. Now remember, if you're only buying one panel, or say for example, you're only going to buy the 12 sewing machines. So today you just want your January and your February and your instructions. Great, you can do that. £9.99 for these. You might want instructions just to do quilt as you go. And for £9.99, you've got 4 pages of instructions on how to do quilt as you go. So you've got all of that. Anyway, lots and lots of you are loving my candle mat, by the way, which is lovely. Yeah, you know, like I say, you could make this from solids. You could make this with, you could add embroidery or cross stitch. You could add rickrack. Oh, I've added rickrack, my goodness me. You could also, imagine that as just a gorgeous big K facet, lovely. But also, like I say, I hit on the idea. Now, this one, look, has got wadding in it. But if it didn't have wadding and you just used, it's got interfacing in it. If you just used interfacing, you could then applique that to a spare block, you know, a block of plain fabric, and then have an applique quilt. People will think you've had to work so hard. The method is so easy. Ah, Tracy, I was in Boys in Gaul a couple of days ago. We were talking about you, Tracy. You weren't in and we missed you. Can you put that message up? Thank you. Love the candle mat, Stuart. Happy birthday. Hope you and Charlie have a fabulous holiday. Love, Tracy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, no, you get full instructions for that. It's all included in your 20-page booklet. A cushion, a candle mat, you've got your 4-block wall hanging, your 12, your 16, quilt as you go instructions. Remember, I give you 10 different ideas for how you might use your panel, but you can substitute any 12-inch patchwork block for the panel if you prefer, or just plain fabric. Just plain fabric. Now, I only do physical patterns. However, just this once, and I'll tell you why, we're doing digital. If you want a digital download of the instructions instead of printed, we've got you covered. Now, the reason why I did that was because these are instructions you are going to keep referring to for all 12 months. What happens if you are a little disorganised, as I am, and you lose your instructions? Well, if you have the digital download, you'll always be able to find them. They'll always be in your account, and you can print them off, you can keep them on screen, and you can keep referring back to them. So, as a special, if you want the digital download of these instructions, same price, £9.99. £9.99, full instructions, and you can keep them in your account. You always know where they are. And actually, as well, I'll just say, there are no templates to print off. So actually, you may very possibly never need to print this off. There's your 16. I hope some of you go for the 16 block and do the big quilt. Just to give you the size, by the way, the 12-block quilt, which is hanging behind me, that is 75 inches by 96. Now, if you did the 16-block and you did the border like I've done on the one behind me, OK, that would be 96 inches square. good candidate for quilt as you go. See, I did think of you. I thought, oh, how many people will want to quilt a 96-inch square quilt on their sewing machine? I thought, I know, this is the perfect candidate for quilt as you go. And so I've put full instructions in there for quilt as you go. But if you do this border, which is a little bit narrower, then your whole quilt's probably going to come out at about probably 92 inches square. So still a really good size for a double bed or a queen size or a king. Now, let's do panels on their own. Let's start with January. Let's do January. So if you've got anyone with a January birthday, you might want to make them a little special something. A tote bag. Make a tote bag. Make a cushion. So you could have the quilt hanging up, but you might want to have a January cushion as well to decorate and swap it out each month. You could do that. So you get your block. Now, what I did was I used a 12.5-inch square ruler to cut my blocks out. That's the easiest way because you can see, you can centre and everything. You don't have to have that. You can use an ordinary, regular, rectangular ruler, or you can make yourself a template out of plastic or freezer paper or any paper. Lay it over the top, pin it down and cut round it. Take your time, make sure your image is nicely centred. If you were going to do something like lots of hand embroidery or beading first, or rather to your block, I would probably do that beading and embroidery first and then cut it out. And if you are embroidering or beading, you might want to put either a bit of lightweight interfacing on the back first, or you could layer it up with wadding and embroider or bead through your wadding. Now, if you do want to get yourself a 12.5-inch square Creative Grids ruler, you'll be able to use it all throughout the year for your block of the month. You'll also have it for all your other quilting and bag making, of course. It's a brilliant ruler to have in your stash. There it is, $23.99, and we've got split pay. If you add this into your basket for $5.99, don't forget, every individual thing you buy is another entry into a prize draw to win over £1,000 worth of prizes, including a sewing machine, a 25-metre bolt of calico, William Morris goodies, Fiskars scissors, Orifil thread, a sewing machine, and I can't quite believe we've done this, but this is shipping samples. This is what the factory send after they've printed the fabric months before it becomes available in shops, okay? This is my brand new fabric range, porcelain and sea glass. You cannot buy this for months yet. I only got my shipping samples on Thursday. This is my brand new range for Lewis and Irene. You can win that just buying anything at all today or tomorrow. We'll announce the winner Monday or Tuesday. We maybe save that until Tuesday, which is my actual birthday. Yeah, don't forget as well, everyone who shops today or tomorrow, while stocks last, will get a mini-me Stuart's birthday show pin badge. I've been turned into a badge. I've finally been cut down to size. It's Stuart Little. All day I've waited. Stuart Little. There he is. Stuart Little. You've got the shoes right. So, January panel, you've got your sewing machine. You've got your light coordinate. You've got your dark coordinate. No instructions, remember. You do need to buy your instructions separately. But if you just think, oh, Stuart, I know what to do with that panel, I don't need instructions, absolutely fine. You can just get the panel. I didn't want to take up space on the panel, which you would have to pay for every month with printed words, with, you know, cut it to a 12.5. You don't need that. You don't need that. I thought if you're going to get instructions, they've got to be worth buying. You know, I'm never ever going to expect you to buy instructions that aren't worth the money. So this is 20 pages. You get 10 different ideas for how you can use the panel. You get quilting tips and techniques. You get your full instructions to make the 12 block and how to put it all together. This you'll do right at the end, of course. Or full instructions for how to do the quilt as you go. Quilt as you go instructions work on their own, of course. A 4-block wall hanging with a different border treatment here. You could do this border treatment on this quilt if you prefer. Then you get instructions for the candle mat, full instructions. A cushion. I give you basic cutting, basic measurements for the bag. I give you full instructions for the bag because it's a very simple bag, and if you've got any of my bag making books, that will explain. And then the 16-block full quilt. That whole quilt, under £160 with the panel. I thought well, I didn't have to fight, but I was very sort of vociferous that I wanted this to be a really affordable Block of the Month programme, because Block of the Month programmes can really add up. But when you think that this quilt is 76 by, I think, 97, and you can make the whole thing, including your border, for under £120, that is great value. February's panel. Well done if you've already checked it out. Now, if you have a special birthday, or mum's birthday is in February, or your dad's birthday is in February, you can make something special for them. You could do a candle mat each month. You could do a cushion each month. You could do a tote bag. So if you're making the quilt, but you think, oh, I want more to keep me going, Stuart, make yourself a cushion or a bag as well. Just get yourself an extra panel. There's your sewing machine. And I wanted them all to have kind of a vintage look. A little bit retro. Gosh, now even the 70s and 80s are retro, aren't they? The 90s? Are the 90s retro? I thought they were going to do the theme from Jurassic Park for the intro music today. It's my birthday show. There's your February panel, £9.99. £9.99 for that. And then, last of all, and this is the one that I definitely think is something to get an extra one maybe, is the wreath. Because that, again, as a candle mat, as a spring wreath, you could have that, you could actually make that as, if you make a simnel cake for Easter, I would put a disc of greaseproof paper down first, and then you could sit your simnel cake on top of that. There's probably people at home saying, Stuart, never, I'm not getting a greasy cake on top of my candle mat. I'm not doing that. But you'll have your lovely coordinates as well. And you can choose if you want dark or light as your coordinate behind. And then you use the rest on the back. There's your spring wreath. Now, easiest way to get everything you need to get started is to buy our bundle. So in our bundle, you get the spring wreath panel. You get the February. Wow, there's over 100 of you with this in your basket. Don't forget to check out. You can do that during the break if you want. There's your February. See, just those two together would be lovely. And then you also get your January panel as well. Now, just to reassure you as well that if this month isn't a great time for you to be starting this, but next month would be better, don't worry. Each month I'll have all of the panels up to backdated so that you can join at any point, all right? There's never going to come a point where I say, I'm really sorry, but we're not doing this anymore. So don't worry about that. If you want to join the programme in March when I get back from Australia, I'll just say that again, from Australia. Oh, I can't wait to get down under. I say, that sounded wrong. That sounded wrong. Oh, do you know? Down Under with Stuart Hillard. There's an idea for a show. I think there's if Channel 4, if you're watching, I could do that. You get all of that, but also you get your full printed instructions, and I've made sure that these are worth every penny. They are absolutely jammed full of instructions, not just to make this quilt, but to make a wall hanging, a cushion, you could make a bag, a candle mat, you name it, and full instructions for doing quilt as you go. Now, one of the months when I'm on, I'll demonstrate that method. So, how much binding do you... Yeah, I'll tell you, right. So, if you're shopping ahead... your white on white fabric for this, about 2 metres will do it. Get about 2 metres. Your binding fabric, now I've used a black and white stripe. I should have mentioned this earlier because this always sells out. Right, I've used a black and white narrow stripe, pure cotton. It will strobe, I'm sorry about that, but it's brilliant value, £3.99 a half metre. Now, you do want to get yourself a full metre of that. Oh, it's sold out. It's sold out. Yeah, metre's enough. Yeah, metre's enough. Yeah. But I've also got navy, which I think would be gorgeous. There's the navy. If you want, I mean, almost black, but if you want it just a little softer. Now, I'm just going to say as well, while we're here, that I think, especially if you're doing quilt as you go, well, either that as a sashing or a quilt as you go would look amazing. That would look amazing. Now, if you want... Now, Lynn Goldsworthy is nodding her head vigorously. And if Lynn Goldsworthy thinks it's a good idea, it's a good idea. I'll take that. If you were going to use that, then you're just substituting the amount. So you'd want 2 metres of that for your sashings or your quilt as you go for your front joining strips. If you want to bind in the same, 3 metres. One very quick point, and then we do need to go for a break, is the solids. If you're doing quilt as you go, you could have each block a different colour on the back to match the front. I've got a selection here. Now, because the block is 20 and a half inches, you will need to get yourself a metre, but that will do 2 blocks. Okay, so it's a really good way of actually also spreading the cost of your backing and your wadding, because you can buy half metres of wadding, single metres of, here's the claret, the red, that's a lovely one. So the other thing you could do on the back of this quilt, if you do quilt as you go, is you could make 12.5-inch, 12-inch finished quilt blocks. Here's the pink. Okay, then border them, not with a 4.5-inch border like the front, a 5.5-inch border of a solid fabric around a pieced block. Then layer up your wadding and then your piece block on the back. Here's the amethyst. Quilt the whole thing, trim it down, and then you would have a totally reversible quilt. It would be this on the front, and then when you flipped it over, it would be pieced patchwork blocks with a solid border around it. which would be amazing. Chartreuse. Are you nodding vigorously to that too, Lynn Goldsworthy?
I'm loving your brain. It's got 10,000 ideas in it. That's what I'm smiling at.
I know. How I ever get any sleep, Lynn, I don't know. I know, it's true. It's true. There's your amethyst. Right, we're going to a break. Oh, we'll leave you with the details of the bundle. Check out on that. And also, if you want the Brother FS250, be quick because the stock is flying out and we may well sell out of our back in stock. Don't forget Shop to Win and Pin Badge. It is all going on today. And thank you so much for all your lovely messages. We will try and read more out as we go. So keep getting them in. Thank you, everyone. See you after the break with Lynn Goldsworthy and this amazing Storm at Sea quilt. Don't go anywhere.
Join us on Sewing Street as we're throwing a stitch-tastic party all weekend long, celebrating Stuart's birthday. We've got the Brother FS250 ME back in stock, the gorgeous new Tilda Songbird fabric launch, and so much more. Plus, help us launch Stuart's brand new Block of the Month Club. And because it's a party, enter our prize giveaway and get a free exclusive pin badge with every order, while stocks last. So grab a slice of cake and let's make Stuart's birthday the most fabric-tastic weekend ever on Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimetres. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimetres ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body. You think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile. And that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hey friends, it's so good to have your company on this very special weekend. We are celebrating my birthday. I'm 55. Do you know, I realised that, like, my 55th birthday on Tuesday is the end of 55 and the start of 56.
Oh,
it's not the start of 55.
Don't think of it like that. Just stick with 55. You're in your mid-50s. You look like you're in your mid-30s.
It's... It's glass half full, Lynn Goldsworthy.
That's true. I am a glass half full person.
Now, you know, if you want me but 35 years old and much, much smaller, you're in, because you're going to get a pin badge, which is exactly that.
Yes.
Me at 35 and tiny.
Pocket size.
There you go. Everyone who shops today and tomorrow, while stocks last, will get a free pin badge with your order. And there's a special code on the back, so don't throw it away. But the other thing is, every single individual item that you buy is an entry into a prize draw. Shop to win for over £1,000 worth of goodies. There's a sewing machine, there's bundles of fabric, there's a bolt of calico, an iron, a pair of Fiskars scissors, there's mugs from William Morris, he's such a generous chap, beautiful Mandy Shaw fabrics, and exclusively all of my brand new fabric collection that doesn't even come out for a couple of months, you have got special access to. You've got a piece of each fabric in with your prize. Now, you cannot buy that. That is a prize literally money can't buy. Talking of a prize that money can't buy, Lynn Goldsworthy is here.
Hello, everybody.
What a
nice
joy.
to see you. Happy birthday, Stuart.
Thank you, my darling. And actually, more importantly, good morning to Lynn's dad.
Yes.
Lynn's
Morning,
dad
Robin.
is watching.
Good to see you. My dad will only watch if I'm on with Stuart. If I'm on with anybody else, not interested.
Which, frankly, I love.
Of course.
Good morning,
of course
sir.
you do.
Welcome to the show. Good to have your company. And good to have yours. Right, let's jump straight in. Lynn, you've done it again. Amazing quilt. Storm at Sea. Absolutely beautiful. So fresh, so striking. It's just lovely.
Thank you, Stuart.
Really gorgeous. Adore the blue tones as well. I've got a bundle to make that exact quilt. That price is incredible. That price is amazing. $79.68. These are all designer fabrics. You get your pattern included. And you are saving £10. You get 3.5 metres of fabric. You've got your background, you've got your binding, and then you've also got 12 beautiful fat quarters. This is such a pretty range, Lynn.
It's a gorgeous range. I love a range that's monochrome, that just has darks, mediums, lights, all in the same sort of scheme. And it's a lovely blue. It's a sort of soft... It's not teal, it's a proper blue, but you know what I mean? It's tending more towards green than towards...
I'd call it China blue.
China blue. It is China blue. You're
That
absolutely
sort of
right.
willow pattern.
It is. It's a gorgeous blue.
Cornish wear.
Yes, totally.
So
totally.
fresh.
It's called Amalfi Coast, so you've got like that Italian coastal vibe going on. Yeah.
We sometimes buy Amalfi lemons.
That makes me want to go to Amalfi.
Absolutely.
Have you been?
No.
Oh, I went about 30, 40 years ago with Claire Shaw, if you're watching. Hi, Claire Shaw. Gorgeous. But I think it's mobbed now. I don't know if it's any fun to go there anymore. I think it's just heaving all the year round.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'll just get the fabric, thanks.
Yeah.
$79.68. You get all of that. You get your full instructions. Now, as always, Lynn's instructions are amazing. You've got your cutting instructions, your piecing instructions. Lynn, of course, if you've not met her before, Lynn basically is British quilting magazines. Open any British quilting magazine. I almost guarantee that Lynn will be on the front cover and have at least one quilt in it. You are incredibly prolific.
I do make a lot of quilts. I do.
A lot of quilts.
Yes, that's probably one thing I can say. I can't cook, I can't garden, I can't do anything else, but I do make a lot of quilts. That's my one talent.
You're incredibly talented. You get your templates in there as well. You also get a colouring sheet, because Storm at Sea is one of those quilts of illusion.
You can do Storm at Sea in so many ways. So if you make this one by this design, try colouring it in a different way. It's like, do you remember those colouring books we had as kids? I don't know if you did, which were like geometric patterns.
Yes.
And then depending on how you colour them in, you create new patterns. That's what Storm at Sea is.
It really is. It really is. It is gorgeous. It's actually one of those quilts which is on almost every quilter's bucket list.
I've made so many Storm at Sea quilts. I love them. I love that every one you make looks completely different. Yeah. And if you Google Storm at Sea quilts, you'll see that. So many different ways you can play with that design.
Absolutely, for sure. And of course, you've got all the templates and the instructions within your kit. You've also got all these incredible fabrics. I think that price is amazing value. Amazing value for under £80. And again, to have the templates and the colouring sheet to make this again and again. It's a fabulous scrap quilt as well.
It would be a great scrap quilt, yes. You could pick out the colours and do all sorts of scraps, or dark, medium and light, the same way I've done, but you can completely reinvent the wheel when you've got the colouring picture.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I do have something which is going to make the process a lot easier, because whenever there are templates, it's always rather lovely if you can have rotary cutting templates. And Lynn, you've done it for us.
I do it when I can, and you don't have to buy them because the paper templates are in the pattern. But if you want to make your life a little bit easier, then you've got acrylic templates. And as I say, Storm at Sea, that's one you're going to make over and over and over. So you are going to reuse those.
Gosh, this is terrific value. That's a lot there. $29.99. These are your proper thick plastic for rotary cutting.
Yes, you can really cut against those.
You've got your now just the diamond alone. You could do a diamond quilt, couldn't you?
You totally could, because diamonds, there's no easy way to make that diamond shape. There's no quick and easy, cheap way. So you need some form of template or foundation paper piecing template. So I've gone down this route this time because this is how you maximise your fabric.
And of course you can use your templates right side, wrong side.
You can, absolutely you can.
Absolutely brilliant. This white coating peels off, doesn't it?
You just peel that off, yes, so then you can see through after that.
And you know where it marks the 1/4 inch seam allowance?
Yes.
Is that etched into the plastic?
Yes, it is.
Amazing. So you've got your seam allowance included there as well.
Yes, so if you wanted to fussy cut, you can see where your picture would sit within the piece of fabric you're cutting.
Fantastic, fantastic. Just sorry to go off. The screen isn't showing what I've got still. Can that be changed, please? Thank you. Right, so 29. I don't know if we've got 10 left or 1 left or none left. We're okay. We're good. Okay. Right. Lots and lots of you with that in your basket. Lots and lots of you with it in your basket. It is a great way of just speeding up the process.
It just makes it easier when you can cut against that rather than having to line up a paper template. So it'll make your life easier.
I totally agree. Now, we have a question for you, Helen. For you, Helen. It's from Helen.
Who's
Sorry.
Helen? Who's Helen?
Helen is my lovely viewer who's messaged in. She says, "Good morning, Stuart and Lynn.
Good
Happy
morning,
birthday,
Helen."
Stuart." Thank you, Helen. What does Lynn do with all her quilts?
You cannot believe how well timed your question is, because about once every 2 years, I have a massive quilt sale. Now, previously, I've always done this on Instagram. Guess where I'm doing it next time? I'm doing it here. Next time I'm on, 19th of February, we're going to do an hour at 7 o'clock, so it's in the birthday week, and I'm going to sell all of my quilts. So it's 2 years' worth of quilts. Now,
On air?
On air.
Really?
So they're all going to be loaded onto the website. I'll carry in as many as I can carry, which will not be all of them, because my guess is there's going to be in the region of 100 quilts. We're going to sell them all.
Oh, my goodness.
I know. So I do it every 2 years on my Instagram.
I've seen you online.
Right. And I said to Hayley and Amy, what about we do it, in the studio? And they said, sure, let's go for it.
That's amazing.
So
is it going to be like an Amish quilt sale? Have you seen those?
No, I've no idea what you're talking about.
Where they do like an Amish auction.
Oh, that would be amazing.
And it's the whole set.
Oh, I'd love it if it was that. Well, you come in and do hum. Oh, you can zoom in from Australia.
You'll be on a beach.
You'll be on a beach sunning yourself. So that's what I do. I sell them all, except for when friends or relatives, people who are special to me, say, "Oh, Lynn, I really love that quilt," like Stuart once said that to me, then I will give that person that quilt. But I don't gift quilts normally, because I always feel a bit... this is a weird thing of mine. I just always feel like people aren't going to want my homemade stuff.
No, we do want your stuff, Lynn.
Okay, but
no, trust me, we do.
So people have to ask very loudly to be given a quilt.
Yes, which I did.
Which he
and
did.
Lynn did.
And I did.
And it's so precious. It's actually on the bed now.
Oh,
yeah.
Denim and leather.
Denim and leather. That was the one. It's not made of either, by the way, just to reassure you. Right. The kit is on screen. I've got it right in front of me now. It is for Lynn's amazing Storm at Sea quilt. It's the very one I've got right here. You get your full pattern with templates. You get your 3.5 meters of fabric. This is your white and your blue for your background and your binding. Then you've got 12 fat quarters from this beautiful range called Amalfi from... Is it Moda?
No, it's not Moda. It's
not
something
Moda.
like Night Owl Fabrics. Honestly, it wasn't a fabric company I'd heard of before, but to me it has the feel of Moda. It's got the well put togetherness of the collection. Some collections are not well put together. That one is nicely put together. Yours are always beautifully put together.
Thank you.
But
it's absolutely beautiful.
To me, this is put together by a quilter as much as a surface designer. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes when surface designers put together collections, they don't have that quilt feel. But those are lovely.
That is lovely.
That's gorgeous. And it's lovely when those birds appear in your blocks. I have to say, that's a little, it's like a happy little moment.
Beautiful. Well, I love Toile de Joie fabrics.
So do I. And that
this
they have that feel, totally.
does.
And that sort of botanical drawing feel, which I love.
Oh, we're such birds of a feather, you and I, Lynn.
We really are.
No wonder your dad likes watching
We're
us.
sisters from another mister.
We really are. We really are. What was Robin doing in 1971?
I mean, honestly, anyone's guess.
It's gorgeous. You will need to be quick. You will need to be quick. Gorgeous. Here is the quilt. Half the stock's gone already. Absolutely flying out. A third of the stock of templates has also gone and been checked out. Remember, you might buy a set of templates and win yourself £1,000 worth of prizes in our shop to win. You'll get a pin badge of me, whether you want it or not. You could probably trade them on the internet.
Maybe you could.
Put them on the fire to keep the kids away. I don't know. I don't know. There's a code on the back as well. Don't throw the paper away. Don't throw the paper away. There's a special code. Now, if you want just the instructions on their own, you can. Physical instructions, £9.99. Gorgeous, gorgeous quilt, this. Got your colouring sheet, got your full-size templates. You can see the sort of illusions of curves that you can create. It's a brilliantly diverse pattern. Very intriguing. Templates if you want to cut out traditional way with template plastic. If you want a digital pattern, we've got that too. We'll give you those in details. That's an instant download, by the way, and there's no P&P. If the only thing you're buying is digital download, it's just £9.99 and we're done. If you're only buying a digital download today, by the way, you'll get your PIN badge when you do your next physical order. It'll be sent out, posted out with that. Right. We did digital, didn't we? Right. Yes. Could we have some demo, please?
We could have some demo. I like doing some demo. Do you want... Send me the pattern over because it'll be useful for me to have that. And... the template pack?
Yes, the templates.
Or just the templates, yeah.
There you go.
So that I can show how you use those.
Oh,
okay.
awesome.
OK, so what I'm going to start off by saying is this is a quilt that is more about, or the hard part, if there's a hard part for this, is the cutting rather than the making the block. So I'm just going to quickly show you a little bit of what I mean by the cutting is more difficult. It's not really more difficult, but whenever I look at a quilt and what needs describing or what needs explaining, if the cutting is not entirely straightforward, then that's what I'm going to start with in terms of a demo. So I'm just going to show you what I mean by that. So I've cut a strip of this background fabric. Let me get my rotary cutter. I'm just going to square that off at the end. And so the squares in this quilt pattern, because I decided to go down the route of making the economy squares using templates rather than using the stitch and flip method. Oh my gosh, don't do that. That's really off-putting. I didn't even notice you were doing it, but I sensed something like to my left. I thought, what's going on?
I was there for
I could
quite a
also
while,
hear you
wasn't I?
snickering. It was like dastardly and dastardly, but I thought you might be chatting to Hannah. Yeah, exactly. I could hear that snickering going on. So I'm going to just say I've cut this strip, and because this is not a regular size, it's not 10 inches or 10.5 inches, that's why you have these 2 square templates. So I've already cut the strip ready to be that size, and then you can just use the template to cut your square out. So that's the reason for having templates for these squares, and I'm just going to show you how you would do that with the smaller square. So I'm actually going to cut a strip to show you how you would cut a strip. So let's grab this fabric. This is not actually... Go on, Stuart, you were about to say something.
Well, I was just going to ask, in terms of, like, you know, where this is pitched skill-wise...
Yes.
Is it scarily advanced and only to be attempted by those with a huge amount of experience?
Well, so here's the thing. I think Storm at Sea can be difficult because this block can be difficult. But what I've done is the way the template's designed is, I'll show this in front of you, is it's got this little sort of bit cut off at the end so that when you actually put that to there, you line that up with there, because one of the problems of these kind of blocks where you've got rectangle triangles is the lining up can go wrong, and then your block can be too tall and thin or too short and fat. So I was trying to think of a way to make it so you couldn't go wrong. So there's the sort of end of the template is cut off there, so that when you piece this, and we'll come to this, you know exactly how to line it up, because you just literally put the two pieces together.
Yeah, that's like lining up two squares.
Exactly. That was what I was thinking. I wanted to make it that easy. And then other than that, every single block in this quilt, it's basically one technique where you have triangles, and I will demonstrate this, that you just sew to the two sides of this, press them open, two more triangles, sew to the two sides of this, press them open. The same method applies here. So it's kind of, once you know how to do that, which I think is an incredibly simple thing to do, and actually another great thing about this is you're cutting your triangles very slightly too big, so you trim your blocks down, so you don't even have to be that perfect piecer, because you're going to trim your blocks to size. So actually, I think if you were an entire beginner, you could have a go at this, because it's a one-block quilt.
Sure.
Basically, you're doing
about
one
confidence
technique.
and commitment.
Yes, exactly.
Be a beginner.
Yeah.
Do it.
And once you've done one block, you then stack up all your cut pieces to do that, and then you sit there and you've got Netflix going or an audio book or whatever, and then you're doing that sort of mindful, meditative, repetitive piecing, which is what, for me, quilting is all about, like the relaxation side of it. So
I can't have the things in the back. Well,
don't you?
I do a little bit of a podcast every now and then.
What podcasts do you listen to?
While I'm piecing. You're Dead to Me.
Don't know that one.
I like history podcasts.
Okay.
Quite like those.
True crime?
True crime.
I knew you'd like true crime.
I like a bit of true crime.
I thought you would.
Yeah. Oh, what about you? What do you like listening to?
I quite like the chat ones, you know, like a chat show. Like, have you listened to Good Hang with Amy Poehler?
Oh.
Or the Louis Theroux one, or Ramesh Ranganathan.
Or Quilter on Fire.
Or Quilter on Fire. Go to the Quilter on Fire podcast for a nice long chat with me.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to be quite a celebrity to get interviewed on Quilter on Fire. And
Oh, she's
Lynn
desperate
got
to
there.
interview you. Trying to get hold of him. She'll probably interview you in Australia, I would imagine.
Could do that. Could do that. Right.
So so as I was saying, I'm gonna show you how you would use this template to trim these strips, to cut these strips and cut these squares. Yes, let me get me into the right spot. So you're going to cut off the end of your fabric first, and I'm working with these templates. I'm working a little bit backwards, and you'll see why. Because this is not a regular shape.
I know you say that. Today is Do It Backwards Day.
Oh, well, there you go.
It's an actual day.
I did not know that it was Do It Backwards Day.
Do It Backwards Day.
So what else are we supposed to... No, not going to ask.
Well, things like having dessert for breakfast or wearing your sweater inside out.
My cardigan was on
idea.
inside out this morning. Nobody noticed. I must have had labels hanging out everywhere. I was ready for the day. But we have to mention that we're matching today. We're both in navy today, which kind of give us a little excitement this morning, which is absolutely ludicrous. So the way you're going to cut your strips with this template is you'll use your template on what would be, if you're right-handed, the right side, rather than normally I think of templates as being on the left side. But that's because then you can just literally slide your ruler up against it and then cut that strip.
And if you haven't got the plastic templates...
This is how you would do it. I'll show you, because I've got this square one here. So if you haven't got the plastic templates, you would cut out ignore the little notches. As I'm designing a quilt, I think of all different ways to do stuff, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And looks like this template at the stage I was making, it was even a bit bigger. So you'll cut the left-hand side, and then you're just going to line that template up against the end of your fabric, slide your ruler on top, and then just cut along the edge. And if you line your 1/4 inch line up against the 1/4 inch line on your template, that'll stop you sort of progressively shrinking the template as you do your cutting.
Oh, yes.
So it works either way. It is easier with the plastic. And then I'll show you the second piece of cutting with the plastic template. So we're going to put that there.
Hannah, could we just have the details for the plastic templates, please? I'll just give you a little bit of a stock update on that as well, because we had sold 1/3 of the stock. Now 2/3 of the stock has gone for £29.99. Now, these are templates you can use again and again, because you can make this quilt
over and over. And I should say that I always get, every single time, about a week or two after the show, Lynn, can I buy those templates from you? No, it's a limited run, just made by Sewing Street for the show I'm on. And when it's gone, it's gone. There's no reprint, there's no remake. So you kind of have to buy them on the day, because quite often a lot of them go before we even get on air.
Fair enough, yeah.
So going back to cutting this, it's just as simple as get your template lined up against the end of the fabric and then cut a square like that. So it's like using a ruler, but without having to even think about measuring. You're just going to cut more and more and more of these in exactly the same way. So all your squares are cut that way. You do the same sort of thing with the diamond template. So for example, when you're cutting a strip of diamond fabric, and it shows you this, there are images in the pattern, so it shows you how to do this, but you'll basically line your diamond up against the fabric like that. Again, get your ruler onto the left-hand side if you're right-handed, and then that'll be the strip you cut, and you can then go ahead and cut these diamonds. So I really think, that's what I was saying before, I really think the hardest part of this pattern, or the part that probably takes a bit of concentration, is the cutting. And the idea of the template set is to take the concentration out of that. So it just, you know, if you're happy with paper templates, great. But these just, they just do make life a lot easier.
Oh,
you're
yes.
cutting against a ruler, and you're really not having to do any thinking.
You don't have to measure anything, are you?
You don't
like
have to measure anything. I mean, this is cutting without concentrating, which I really like. Once I've sort of got in the swing of making something, I like to be able to sort of switch off a little bit and just get on with it.
Yeah.
So you've got a big economy square, a little economy square, and the diamond in a rectangle block. Those are your 3 blocks. That's all you've got. There are different colourways in there, so you can concentrate on the colourways as you're making the quilt, just by following either the actual instructions that tell you how many to make of each, or by following this. How many do I have of that? I can count them. How many do I have of that? So this is your kind of guide at the end. But the pattern itself does tell you, are you a visual person? You might want to do it this way. Are you a person like me who likes a list? Then you might want to do it that way. So let's make an economy square.
Let's
and
do
then
it.
we'll make, in fact, let's start with the diamond one, because the diamond one is a little bit trickier in terms of the lining up.
Yeah, this is the skill builder, isn't it?
Exactly. So we'll start, in case we run out of time, because sometimes we do. So we'll start with the one that takes a little bit more concentration.
Anna J's messaged in.
Oh, yes.
Morning, Stuart and Lynn. Another quilting
Hi.
question.
Yes. Oh, I love a quilting
A
question.
quilting question for Lynn.
We love quilting questions, don't we, Stuart?
I think I made a stalwartsy,
Ooh.
but I never had diamonds.
Right.
I had 2 triangles.
Yes, that's another
which
way
I
to
had
make
to
it.
join.
Yeah.
And she asked, is there a different name for this variation? But it's
Probably just a different pattern designer. There's not. I mean, you can make them that way. You can make them with foundation paper piecing templates. Paper templates, you can make them with stitch and flip. So as with a lot of designs, there are a lot of different ways of putting things together. Flying geese, some people make flying geese. I like to make 2 half-square triangles and put them together. I think it's almost like Lego. How many ways are you going to build it?
See, I am a huge fan. Anyone who's bought a pattern from me recently knows I'm obsessed with this
I love
unit.
that. I love that unit
Yeah.
as well. And how do you make
it's
it?
2 of
How do you
those.
pattern it?
Either templates,
Yes.
which I
Yeah.
love.
Yeah.
I used to avoid templates,
You
Lynn, 'cause I
did.
thought they were hard.
You
But
did.
actually, they're easy.
They make your life easy because they take the thinking out.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. Or no tear foundation piecing.
Yeah. Yeah.
No tear foundation
Yeah.
piecing. But this is such a great method.
I
and
do.
if you're somebody that doesn't like foundation piecing, great.
Exactly. And also, if you do stitch and flip, you lose a bit more fabric. If you do foundation paper piecing, you lose a bit more fabric. This way, there is no fabric wastage because you are cutting the pieces to size. So let me show you how you're going to line these pieces up. So you'll start by piecing 2 opposite corners. So you'll piece these 2, and then we'll press them open. Then you'll piece these 2, then we'll press them open. So it's these 2 we're going to start with.
Okay.
And you imagine it's going to go there, and then you flip it over, and this is the little magic thing that I thought of as I was designing this, which is that bit there, your triangle, is cut off at the end, and the template is the same. It's cut off at the end of the template, wherever that is. So and the paper template too. So it's cut off at the end there. So that's a trim that you want to make, because that means this lines up. And if that lines up, your block is going to come out at the right size. And if it doesn't line up, your block could be taller and thinner or shorter and fatter, which is the sort of hazard of, or the risk of these kind of, what do you call them? Half rectangle? I don't know, triangles. I don't know what you call them. But that diamond units, that shape, that's the kind of hazard of that shape. I should also say, if you make one of these and it doesn't come out 1,000,000% the right size, don't sweat.
Join the club.
Join
I
the
would
club.
say, join the
exactly.
club.
Don't be spending a lot of time doing unpicking. You know, if it's close, if you're way off, you probably need to have another go at doing that block. But if you're just a teeny bit off, you know, that'll all get hidden in the finished quilt. You know, so many of these were kind of, you know, not that accurate, but you just keep going. That's the way to, I think that's the way to make quilts. Don't get overly hung up on everything sort of completely and utterly matching perfectly, because nobody notices in the finished quilt. Even you don't notice in the finished quilt.
No, you notice it when you're working on that
You
individual
do.
block.
You do.
But
You think, oh, this is a terrible block.
Yeah.
And then you give it to, you know, Auntie Sarah, whatever. She's never made a quilt in her life.
Auntie Sarah as well.
No, I just made her up. Oh, my gosh. I've got Pamela, Ailsa, Sandra, Alison. No Sarah. I don't know where that came from. Wow. So I'm just going to No, I'm not going to finger press this. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use Santa's little helper to press this.
Handy little stew.
Handy little stew. And I do actually have my handy little stew to hand on my jumper here.
You
as
do?
You. Yeah.
Who is always there to encourage and support you.
Exactly. I'm always going to wear Stuart for the rest of my life. That is such a lie. Right, so let me get my rotary cutter. I like to just trim off whatever is kind of, you know, every little, what do you call these? Dog ears, rabbit ears? I never quite know what to call
Rabbit
these.
ears?
Is that completely, have I imagined that?
Oh, you're just making stuff up now.
Seriously,
Stop it.
every single time I write a pattern, I cannot remember what those are called. I don't know why.
Dog ears?
Dog ears. OK,
Although
Lynn,
I
dog
have
ears.
plenty of people on air with me before, and I call them dog ends.
Dog ends. Fag end. Got to have dog ends down here. I have never heard dog end before. I feel like I want to call them dog ends now. OK, so then you're going to get your other two pieces. So as you can see from looking at the pattern, which will show you exactly what you're doing, so I'm going to show you on that one there,
Yep.
2 dark and 2 light. So you can always, if you get lost, you can always go back. And the trick then is, because you're making, let's say, 30 of these, make those all in one go, and then you'll remember exactly what you're doing and where you are.
Oh, is that how you do it? You wouldn't go row by row or block by
No,
block?
I go for something like this, I would do a test block of each. And if you're new to this technique, or even, you know, if you're not quite sure, use your old fabrics. Don't use the fabrics from the pattern. Have a go at each block. Once you've got your head around exactly what you're doing, you know you're cutting right, you know you're piecing right, then go for, you know, have a pile of small economy squares to make, a pile of large economy squares to make, and then you can just kind of keep working through it, and that's when you put the podcast on, Netflix, true crime, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever you
or
want.
music.
Music, exactly. I love a bit of music when I'm sewing, like sing along, especially when I'm quilting, like
So what music would you choose? I might regret asking this. What music would you choose for when you're quilting?
Currently, I'm in a sort of 60s, 70s vibe, sort of kind of bluesy, you know, that kind of vibe. At the moment, I mean, it changes all the time. What about you?
Love that. I have monastic silence.
Oh, so you don't talk, you
When
don't
I'm
listen,
quilting, I don't take phone calls, I don't speak to anybody. It's just, I'm in, it's my
You're in
bit of
flow
meditation.
state.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's
It's
very
just-
impressive.
just
You
a
do
different-
what
it's
we're
just a different
actually
thing.
supposed to do, whereas I'm checking my messages, bit of this, bit of that.
It's whatever works, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is.
I
It
used
is.
to, when I was a massage therapist and I taught massage, and we
didn't
used
know
to
that.
talk about music
Yeah.
for massage. And you know, like if you go to a spa and it's all kind of
Oh, whale sounds.
whales and,
Yes.
and little cymbals
Ding.
and things like that.
Yeah.
Now, for some people, that's terribly relaxing.
Not
for
for
other people,
me.
awful.
Sets my teeth on edge.
Right.
Yeah.
So I used to say to my regular clients, bring a playlist and whatever you like. So I had this one chap who used to come, and it was the heaviest, I'm talking screaming rock music.
And that
You know,
was
it's just
his
like-
relaxation. And you're doing this sort of gentle.
And I really had to tune out of the music.
Yes.
Otherwise, I'd be like...
You leave him bruised, running up and down.
But the same for quilting and sewing. You've got to do
So
you.
true, you do have to do you. I tell you one song that I always sing. There's a particular type of quilting I do. So you're doing like a wavy line.
Brace yourself.
Brace yourselves. And when you do wavy line, you want to get in a certain rhythm. Because you're
Right.
like doing like this.
Hang on,
and
I'm
it's
doing the
always,
hips.
for me, it's
Right.
always Edelweiss.
Do them again.
Okay, so you said, no, I don't know what I was doing.
Edelweiss, Edelweiss.
You know, Sound of Music.
You look happy to see me. So,
concentrate. This is the trouble. This is why they don't let me come on with you, because all we do is talk. Right, Lynn, this is not a catch-up. OK, we're going to do exactly the same in that we're going to line up the end of that triangle with the corner of the diamond. Now, you can't see it quite so well because it's hidden by the triangle that you just added, but you just need to kind of peer over a little bit and then you can see it. And when you do that, again, that means that when this block is pieced, it's all going to come together at the right size. Not too tall, not too short, not too skinny, not too fat.
Fab. Can I read some messages while you do that?
Yes.
Julianne says, good morning to you both. Happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you. Lynn, your quilts are fabulous. A lovely gift for anyone.
Oh, you know, thank you so much. I have to get over this thing that nobody would want.
Who'd want one of my quilts?
That's exactly what I think. You have to. People have to be very persistent in asking to get a quilt. And funnily enough, when I have the Instagram sale, it's all quilters who buy them. So I think it's people, you know, people who actually love quilting. Whereas a lot of my friends think, you know, what is it you do, Lynn? What's that weird thing, those weird things you make? Whereas quilters kind of do appreciate quilts.
I've always said it, like at Quilt Group, when people say, oh, I gave it as a wedding present, but they didn't really like. I say, why don't you make quilts for other quilters? Because I guarantee...
Absolutely.
We know the beauty, we know the work.
We know the work, we appreciate the fabric, we understand what's gone into it. I think other crafters get it.
Yeah.
And then there are people who don't craft and they don't get it. So I'm not going to give them a quilt because they actually don't want one. No. They're like, well, do I use it as a dog blanket? Yeah. Can I use it, you know, can I put it in the back of the car in case I'm stuck in snow? Yeah. You know, they don't want it.
Now, Sue asks, can I ask, has Lynn finished her Jane Austen quilt? I am too scared to start.
This is a great question. So, what I'm doing is I'm EPPing it. So I've drawn myself up some EPP templates and I've printed those out and I am about 2/3 of the way through the main bit. But guess what? I got sidetracked because next time I'm on, I'm demoing the 250th Riley Blake Jane Austen quilt, which is also
that's amazing.
Incredible. So I thought, well, I better do like a bit of practice, have a go.
Are you getting all of the Jane Austen quilts now?
Honestly, I'm in heaven. I'm in Jane Austen heaven.
Very nice.
So I've started on the next one. I've done the main centre block and I'm starting on the side block. So there's I think 28 side blocks or whatever. So what I'm doing now is, no, I haven't finished my Jane Austen #1 because I've been distracted by Jane Austen #2. And you should come back on the 19th and see that quilt because I cannot wait to see the quilt in person. It is... Even if Google it now, it's a beautiful quilt.
We will.
Lots and lots and lots of applique, but it's interfacing applique rather than needle turn. Needle turn is way too difficult for me, so it's actually very doable. Yep. Now I just need my Santa's little helper.
Thank you.
To press my block.
Sussex Seamstress has a message. Morning, my lovely. She says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you. Excuse me. Johnny says, morning, Stuart and Lynn. Happy birthday, Stuart. I have 3 birthdays next week, including my husband, and we are all off on a Caribbean cruise.
Oh,
Would
wow,
love to do
that's
a cast
amazing.
with Lynn.
That's
She's
amazing.
so inspirational.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. Have a fantastic cruise. I'm actually...
amazing time.
Anybody who gets sunshine when we're not getting sunshine, it just feels really like a little bit unfair, actually. So... OK, so here's a quick example. I'm just going to show you. This is not a particularly extreme example whatsoever, but that actually does not line up. But I get much worse ones than that. And hopefully, I'm not saying hopefully you will do, but if you do, what I do is just pretend it didn't happen. Just kind of straighten it off like that. Like nobody cares, nobody knows. Another little top tip I'm going to give you is if you have one seam and you can see that it's actually gone off at a weird angle, what you do is you get your ruler and you put it next to where the 1/4 inch line should be, pencil line along there, and then if you've got a very small seam allowance, when you come to piece that into the quilt, do a really, really short stitch, so something like a 1, and it's going to hold that all in place. You know, you might not have a full 1/4 inch seam. Don't worry about that. Just, you know, put a few more stitches in, put a shorter stitch line in. So that's like a little... But here we go. That's that block done. Now, that is kind of a huge part of the quilt because we're going to... as much time as we have, I'll demo the other one. But it's the same thing, only because it's squares, it's actually even simpler because you're not trying to get those triangles right in the right way. So if we come to demoing those, even simpler. But that's basically what you need to do to make the quilt.
Fantastic, thank you. I need to let you know we're way, way oversubscribed on the quilt kit. There's far too many of you with it in your baskets, I'm afraid. Check out your basket now if you can. You've got your 12 fat quarters of beautiful Amalfi Coast fabric. You've got your 3.5 metres of background and binding fabric. You're also getting your full instructions and your paper templates for the Storm at Sea. But it's one of those classic quilts. Once you have made it once, you'll want to make it again and again. That price is incredible value. The quilt itself, Lynn, am I right, 67
Oh my gosh,
inches square?
68. I just
You're
actually
getting
had to
an
check on the
extra
pattern.
inch. 68 inches square. Perfect. Absolutely brilliant. Happy birthday weekend, Stuart. Oh, thank you, Kate. Loving the vibe of today's show. So uplifting, and it's fab to see Lynn too.
Oh,
thank you,
thank
Kate.
you. Thank you. That's so nice. I love these messages. They really are. They're so nice to get these messages.
It absolutely gives us such a lift. We love your messages. Hey, Lynn and Stuart. It's Lynn's friend Claire here.
Oh,
Is
not
this
Claire
you went on holiday with?
Not Claire Shaw, the famous Claire Shaw who I was at law school with, who is actually, randomly, a friend of John Scott's.
A friend of John Scott's?
Yes.
I feel like I'm missing out here, Claire.
You have
we
to
need
meet
to do
her.
lunch.
I'll
you
send
two
her to
will
see you at the next quilt
Yeah.
show.
Loving this demo, Lynn. And Stuart, I'll be starting one of yours soon. Yay.
This is 0 to 100. She started quilting in May, and she is now attempting anything and everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Love that.
In fact, I think she's bought some of your books.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Claire. That's great. Yvonne asks, where can we find a course with Lynn? She also wishes me a happy birthday. Thank you, my darling. Where can we find a course with you? We can do online courses with you quite easily.
Yes,
can't we?
online courses very easily. So if you go to the Thread House, that's where Joe Avery, Karen Lewis and I do all of our teaching. Basically, pretty much 99.9% since COVID, we really switched to online teaching, and we found so many advantages in terms of, like, the courses are on demand rather than having to turn up on a certain day. You can be anywhere in the country for them. So if you want, that's basically where I teach, the Thread House Academy. That's where
But
to
if
go.
I want to spend time with you in the
foreseeable, I literally have nothing.
Don't do anything, yeah.
No, I
I'm the
don't.
same,
There's a
really.
possibility of something in spring 27 with, you know, the guy, James Wheeler, is it?
Yeah.
Who's doing sort of upmarket retreats. So I might be doing one of those. But
might come and get you up to Yorkshire to do a retreat with me,
I
mightn't
would love
I?
to do that. That would be so fun. That
Mightn't
I
I?
would love that.
You have to be very, very disciplined to get any work done. Amanda's message say, morning and happy birthday, Stuart. You and Lynn remind me of, set your recorders for this bit, of Maria and Captain Von Trapp.
That's the way round it is. I am so Captain Von Trapp and you are so Maria. I just want to tell you this. If I write a quilt pattern, it's like, do this, then do this, then do this. Stuart writes a quilt pattern. It's like, gather round the fire, bring a cup of tea, put your slippers on, and let's cut our first piece of fabric, aren't you?
Should we start with a hug?
Shall we start with that?
Shall we? Yes,
By
true.
the time you get to instruction 3, you're on a gin and tonic.
And isn't that the best instruction of all?
I mean, yes.
think so. Templates have sold out well done. If you got yours, it happens just under the wire. Instructions on their own, physical instructions. You get your paper templates. I'm a lover of freezer paper templates. I love because I can iron it to my fabric. I can cut 4 layers at a time and it doesn't move or shift. But you do you. You can use template plastic if you prefer. But full instructions for £9.99.
And you
Danny
can buy...
says she'll come to the retreat if we both go.
Oh, OK, fantastic. We'll see you there. That would be brilliant. I look forward to it.
That's one.
We got one.
Got one.
I mean, actually, that's less work. That's if there's only one person. I would like that. We'll just teach one person.
Digital download. Yes, yes.
That works.
Yes.
I was going to say, you can buy printable A4 freezer paper, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
I had to give a talk once to 5 people, and one of them was my husband, one of them was me,
Your mum,
one of them was
your
my
husband,
agent,
your dog.
and we had 2 security. First book signing I ever did. No one came.
I would never do a book sign for fear of failure.
Yeah, no one came.
I mean, I would be so... What if there's one person every half hour?
Yeah.
No, I can't do that.
That would have been a luxury,
crush
Lynn.
my soul.
That would have been a luxury.
That would have been a big
agent
crowd.
said to me, don't worry, love, I've done these with Rick Stein and no one's turned up for him either.
OK, well, that would make you feel better, because he is actually... No, it didn't, no. Well, now they do, because if you go to Festival of Quilts and you try to get anywhere near Stuart, he always says to me, come and say hi. Well, I can't, because I have to get in a 4-hour queue to say hi to Stuart. He goes, yeah, hi, Lynn. Yeah, not buying anything. Move on, move on. That's not fair. You don't do that at all. You're always lovely. But
Can I
the
just
queue
tell the
is
funniest
long.
story very quickly, Lynn?
Go on.
This is my favourite story ever of... I was doing a book signing, and there was probably maybe a half an hour people wait. And this lady got to the front of the queue. It was my first ever book. And I got the book open, and I said to her, oh, thank you ever so much for waiting. Who would you like your book signed to? And she said to me, oh, no, I don't want a book, thank you. I just wanted to meet you and say hi. And I said, oh, my goodness, and you've waited. That's really lovely of you. Thank you so much. She said, no. She said, yeah, that's fine. She said, I don't want a book. I'll wait till I see it in a charity shop. It's like,
how...
You're dead to me.
Rude. How rude.
No, it was hilarious.
Well, that's actually quite
hilarious.
funny. That is quite funny.
It's hilarious. Yeah. Sorry, Lynn. Right, let's do more demo, shall we?
Sure, absolutely. So we'll do the
SARS.
classic... Pardon?
SARS.
What?
No, I keep on chattering. And...
No, it's... I mean, you know I enjoy the chattering. I mean, it's not like I don't. Let me just get my next bit. Sorry to give everybody a hard time and move off screen. That's not very professional. So... Now, I'm going to show you how we make the economy square. Basically, this quilt is made up of small and large economy squares, and then that block that we've already made, the diamond block. So those are the skills you need. The cutting I've shown you, and again, if you've managed to grab the templates, brilliant. If not, you can print out, as Stuart says, onto freezer paper is a great idea, or just onto regular freezer paper, so you can still make this quilt, no problem. If you can hear crinkling in the background, that is Stuart tucking in to his pastry.
It's my birthday.
Yeah, show him tucking in.
It's my birthday.
I mean, it would have been fine if you hadn't been crinkling that paper. It's like being in the cinema and somebody's opening a packet of, you know, something with crinkly wrappers. OK, please cut to Stuart. Let me ask him a question. So, Stuart, what are you doing on your actual birthday? No, I just wanted to make you answer a question with your mouth full. OK, so this is how we make the economy square when we've got these pre-cut pieces, which we have. So it says in the pattern what you cut these to. It might be 3 inches, I can't actually remember. But it's a simple shape to cut. It's not a complicated... Are you laughing? I can hear Stuart laughing on the side. It's not a complicated shape to cut, so you don't need templates for that. It's just a regular quilting shape. And you're going to line this up. So you can eyeball it, really, just so that at each end, the same amount sticks out at each end. And there is a little bit of forgiveness in this because you actually trim this block at the end. So don't worry about absolute perfection because you are going to trim this. So we're going to sew this seam. And exactly the same as we did last time, you're just sewing a 1/4 inch seam and you're going to do the 2 sides. So basically, you take the 2 triangles that are opposite each other. Sometimes... This is not for this pattern, but if you've got a bigger pattern, just press that over because if it's too big, it can get caught under your seam. Not the case here, but that's just a top tip for when you're doing... Sometimes you've got this kind of piecing and the pieces do get caught in the opposite seam, which you don't want. So, as I said, we're going to have a 1/4 inch seam on each side. And next step is just pressing these over, which normally, when I come to Sewing Street, I have somebody who does that for me. But I have a feeling... that the usual person who does the pressing is busy filling his face with an icy bun. Is that right? Oh, no. Can you speak or can you just nod? You can just nod. Could you press that for me? You don't have to talk. Oh, you're not going to press it for me? Ooh, the worm has turned.
It's the only time I'm quiet.
I'm going to bring food every time. Every time I'm thinking, OK, I really need to get on with this demo, I'll be like,
Here, have a
Stuart,
biscuit.
have a donut. Why don't you have a donut? You go sit in the corner with that, and then nobody will ask you any questions. Right,
Love
so I'm
that.
just trimming off these dog ends, as Stuart calls them.
I do not.
Dog ears, trimming off the little pointy bits. And here's a little thing. If you have a 1/4-inch foot that has a guide on the edge, which I do, you always have to trim these off. If you have a 1/4-inch foot which doesn't have a guide on the edge, you don't even have to trim those off. So that's a step less to have to do. But I prefer with a guide. Different people prefer a different style. Do you do guide or no guide?
I'm absolutely team no guide.
So you wouldn't have to trim these all off, which would actually make life a lot quicker.
I tend to, though. I just sit there with the scissors and snip them
And
off.
snip them off, yeah. You see, if I didn't absolutely have to, I wouldn't. Just because, you know, time.
Time.
I mean, that's how I'm prolific, is basically laziness and shortcuts. Not lazy isn't the word, but...
It doesn't affect the integrity of the quilt, though, does it? Whether you leave them in or take them
It
out.
absolutely doesn't. And sometimes when I'm doing sort of foundation paper piecing where bits... No, I tell you what I do. This is a lazy thing I do. When I'm doing stitch and flip, I don't trim off the bits behind.
Oh, don't you?
Because
you leave them.
It's one less step to do. Yeah.
I shall try that.
Right. just
Captain
pass
Von
this-
Trapp.
Do you know, it's so true that it's that way round. You're the whimsical one making children's clothes out of curtains and
Yes.
blowing a whistle to get them downstairs for tea. My kids would entirely agree with this.
But you are the actual parent, and I'm just the one that's the fantasy in my head.
Well, you're dancing around and singing about raindrops and roses. And...
No. I've always said, oh, if I had children, I'd homeschool them. That would probably last about
oh my
3
gosh,
hours.
honestly, you
They'd be like, can you
so
take them?
would not. Nobody in their right mind would spend that much time with children. Hope my kids aren't watching.
Oh, I hope they are.
All right, I need a slightly different ruler to do this. Well, I know it. Oh. No, this is a good ruler to do this. So this one, you're going to trim to 4.5 inches square. Look, I've had my nails done. They're really shiny.
Are they cat's eye?
I don't know. There's
No.
some kind of glitter thing. They put these stuff in there.
Magnet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, is that cat's eye?
Yeah.
Look at you knowing more about nails than me. I mean, you are Maria, I'm Captain Von Trapp.
I'm qualified nail tech.
No, you're not.
I am.
No, you're
I
not.
am.
How, every time you're like Nessa on Gavin and Stacey. It's like, oh, I've done
Oh,
that
yeah.
job. I've done...
I used to be a security guard for wet, wet, wet. No, when I did my massage, when I was lecturing, they asked me to cover a few other classes.
No
and next thing I knew, they were
way.
like, oh, why don't you just train as a...
As a
so
nail
So I
tech?
did nail tech and waxing
That is,
and...
oh, OK, let's... No. Let's
Yeah,
not even
let's
have that
not,
conversation,
yeah.
because there are probably stories
Yeah.
that I do not want to hear. So you trim this to size, and actually, probably because my seam allowance is a little bit off on this machine. I say on this machine as if it's the machine's fault. Entirely, that is my fault. But the easy way to trim a block like this to 4.5 inches is half of 4.5 inches is 2.25 inches.
Yep.
So you work out the 2.25 inch line on your ruler, and then you line that up with these 2 points here, the top and bottom of this diamond square, because that way your block is going to centre itself around that centre square. So you'll get it really, it'll be trimmed properly. As I say, it looks like there's nothing to trim on mine because I suspect my seam allowance is too big in this instance. But it does mean that if your seam allowance is off or out, or you haven't lined the triangles up quite right, that you can trim this to 4.5 inches, and that means you end up getting a, in inverted commas, perfect block.
It's gorgeous. This is just my kind of piecing, just my kind of quilt, and yours too, I think. All the templates are sold out. The kit is available, but it's way, way oversubscribed. There's more than twice as many of you with it in your basket. In fact, 30 more people with it in their basket than we have. So you do need to check out your basket, please. Full instructions, all the fabric to make the 68-inch square quilt top, plus your binding for £79.60. It's brilliant value.
I think it's a lot of quilt for your money.
A lot of quilt for your money.
It is.
And you get a little bit of Stuart for your money as well.
Yes, a
'Cause you'll get your
very,
pin
very
badge.
little bit, which is probably all anybody wants.
Well, you never know. You might actually win over £1,000 worth of prizes.
That is an amazing prize. Oh, my gosh, especially being the first person to get your fabrics. That, for me,
know.
being the first person to have something is so amazing.
If I hadn't been to the post office to pick up my parcel of fabric, I'd be getting my fabric after the winner of the prize.
Oh, my gosh, that would
yeah.
be crazy. No, I think
Tip top.
the prize is incredible.
Well, There we go. Lynn, fabulous. Thank you for that.
Thank you,
Brilliant
Stuart.
hour. Check out your baskets during the break. And when we return, it is finally back in stock. The machine we all want, the machine we all need. The one that we've been waiting for, the Brother FS250 Maker's Edition, is back in stock. It is a very special price. See you after this.
Join us on Sewing Street as we're throwing a Stitch-tastic party all weekend long, celebrating Stuart's birthday. We've got the Brother FS250 ME back in stock, the gorgeous new Tilda Songbird fabric launch, and so much more. Plus, help us launch Stuart's brand new Block of the Month Club. And because it's a party, enter our prize giveaway and get a free exclusive pin badge with every order, while stocks last. So grab a slice of cake and let's make Stuart's birthday the most fabric-tastic weekend ever on Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
The winner of this year's Search for Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a 4th generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Hello, hello. Well, welcome back. Fancy seeing you here. It's my birthday weekend. It's my birthday weekend. If you buy anything today, you'll be entered into a prize draw to win over £1,000 worth of goodies, including a Brother sewing machine, a bolt of calico, a piece of fabric from every single one in the range of my brand new fabric, porcelain and sea glass, which isn't even in the shops for months yet. Mandy Shaw fat quarters, William Morris mugs. You've got some gorgeous Orifil thread there. You've got a bolt of William Morris fabric, an iron, a pair of Fiskars scissors, over £1,000 worth. And it could be because you bought a pack of needles, or a sewing machine, or a pair of scissors, or a panel, or a pattern. Now, you'll also win, or get, I don't know if win's the right word for this, but you'll also get a Stuart Hillard pin badge. It's me, but small, and with more hair. And with a pin on the back as well, which doesn't happen in real life. But there you go. And I'll just say as well, the real thing for scale. The whole. Have I got little blue eyes? Is it? Oh, it's cute. Gorgeous. Right, let's dive in. Oh my goodness, let's just do it. Let's just do it. This is back in stock. Well done if you got yours this morning. It's the Brother FS250. Finally back in stock. It should be £799. And my goodness, yes, it should be £799. But this is our price. It's better than half price. £399. There is your crash. Now, we have been waiting, goodness me, is it 6 months, nearly, since it's months, it's at least 4 months that we have not had the beginning of October. So let's say October, November, December, 4 months. We have not had the FS250 in stock. We've finally got it back in stock. And this, I think, is the hero machine for Sewing Street. Just the whole of it. End of statement, full stop, exclamation mark. Why? If you've never seen this machine before, if you've been waiting for it, why is this the best machine? So first and foremost, Brother sewing machines. They have made well over 15 million sewing machines for the domestic market alone, and industrial machines across the world. They are one of those really big brands that we see at shows, that we see at classes and on air. They are an amazing brand. Brother were the first computerised sewing machine I ever owned. Absolutely fell in love with the technology, but also the simplicity of the technology. Anybody who knows anything about me knows that I am useless with technology. I hate technology unless it's really easy and it just does all the hard work for me, which this does. It's so intuitive, so easy. So it's Brother. You get a 3-year warranty on this machine. That is amazing. You get a 3-year warranty. 1 year is mandatory, 2 years, amazing, 3 years, it's just showing off. I was lucky enough to get the FS250ME last time it was available on your recommendation. A brilliant machine. Liz, thank you so much. I'm so glad that it's working for you. It is the machine I see most often at workshops and classes, and it is absolutely loved. So you've got that 3-year warranty. If you use this machine for professional use for your job, that warranty is 1 year. Okay, but actually, most of the time for domestic sewing machines, if you use it commercially, the warranty is void. Completely void. So the fact that it's a 1-year warranty for professional use, again, is absolutely brilliant. Now, let me talk about what you're getting for your money. First of all, it's called the 250 because you get 250 stitches. So the first 100 are shown on the front screen. These are all your basic dressmaking, construction, overcasting, heirloom, beautiful heirloom stitches, 8 different buttonholes. You've got your basic patchwork and quilting stitches, like your 1/4 inch stitch with the needle to the right or the left, a mock hand look quilting stitch, your zigzag, your blanket stitches, a bit of quilting there. Then you get some lovely decorative stitches. That's your first 100. Then you've got 80 satin stitches. Incredible. 80. Incredible. Beautiful decorative stitches. You have got more decorative. Here you've got some of your satin stitches reversed as though in a mirror, so you can do double lines of stitching and reflect. Really cute. There's your 250 stitches. We're not done. If we go up to the top of the machine, here at the top there is a little flippy chart here, and you have got 3 full alphabets. You've got a solid capital, a cursive, and an outline. You've also got all your numbers, punctuation, and European accented letters. Within your machine, you can put up to 50 elements in a sequence in your memory, and if you turn your machine off and come back, turn your machine back on again, they're still there waiting for you. So that's incredible. Now, this is the Maker's Edition. So beyond those are the basics, what I've just gone through. You've also got all of your regular feet, of course. You've got your front compartment there. Okay. If I just slide this off, your accessory box comes right off. That leaves behind what we call the free arm, which is brilliant for dressmaking and bag making. Also, you've got your button at the back for dropping your feed dogs for free motion quilting. So you can do all of the stuff you want to do. Okay. But also you've got your basic feet. Now, basic feet-wise, you have got your zipper foot. No, not yet. You've got your zipper feet, you've got your zipper foot, your zigzag, your monogramming or embroidery. You've got your button fitting, buttonhole, and you've got your blind hem. You've also got an overcasting foot in there, which effectively does a similar job to an overlocker, not cutting, but neatens your seam allowances. So an absolute boon. Now, those are all great. Those are all our basic feet. But this is called the Maker's Edition. And it's called the Maker's Edition because I helped Brother put this package together for all makers, not just dressmakers and not exclusively quilters, but also people who do curtains, blinds, home decor as well. Anything, the best package. So you get your extension table included. That's about £50 worth of value. That's included. Once that's on the machine, your sewing area is more than doubled. Okay. You've also included in the price got your walking foot, your darning foot, your 1/4-inch piecing foot, sorry, you haven't got your 1/4-inch. So you've got your walking foot. Everybody needs a walking foot. Your free motion quilting foot. You've got a non-stick foot. That's the white foot, okay? You've also got an invisible zip foot. Now, let me explain why I asked for those to be included. Everybody needs and wants a walking foot for their sewing machine, whatever you do. If you're making curtains, you need a walking foot to stop your layers slipping, and when you've matched up, say, the pattern on 2 widths of curtain fabric, you need your walking foot for that. If you're a dressmaker, you need your walking foot for things like when you're working on, you know, maybe thick, heavy wool to make a coat, or stitching on a pocket and you want everything really neat and precise. If you're a quilter, you need your walking foot so that when you're quilting your quilts, the layers don't shift and you don't get tucks and pleats. So everybody needs a walking foot. That is about £50 worth of value that ordinarily any other sewing machine you're going to have to buy, and certainly a machine that you're paying £399. You should not be getting a £40 or £50 walking foot included in that money. That is bonkers, but it's the deal we do, and I love it. So you get a £40, £50 walking foot included. Next thing, your darning foot. This is for doing free motion quilting, okay, or free motion embroidery, or free motion applique. This is about £18 worth of extra value included. Every quilter wants that. Every quilter wants that. So you get that included. Now, the next up, that white foot, that is a non-stick foot. This is the kind of thing that you're particularly going to want if you're a bag maker, because if you're using things like PU faux leather, vinyl, oilcloth, all popular choices for bag making in particular, but sometimes home decor as well. Those fabrics do not take kindly to a regular foot. The sort of plasticized surface of them effectively sticks to the bottom of most feet and will create thousands of tiny little stitches. The machine won't feed properly. So a non-stick foot will glide over the top and you'll get perfect stitches. So absolutely brilliant for bag makers in particular. So I wanted that included. That's a good £15, £20 worth again. You shouldn't really be getting any of these things for with a £399 machine, but you are. And then the last thing of all, I thought I was pushing my luck with this. I said, could I have one more foot? And brother said yes. And I said, well, the one question I get asked about extra feet from dressmakers is always, can I buy an invisible or concealed zipper foot for this machine? Is there one available? I get asked that question a lot. So I thought, you know what? The walking foot and the darning foot are the absolute must. The non-stick foot was a lovely extra. I thought for dressmakers to get a concealed zipper foot included in the price would be amazing value. And it's also really good for dressmaking and also home decor as well if you're putting in a concealed zip. And you've got that, again, £15 to £20 worth of extra value. So if we are conservative and say 15 and 15, that's 30. 18, 48. Another 40, again, being conservative for the walking foot. That's £88, £50 for the extension table, we're £138. If we said £139 for the sake of easy maths, £260 for the machine. With 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, a memory that will store 50 items, 8 buttonholes. Is this the best value sewing machine on the market? Not just Brother, any brand. Is that the best value out? I think it is. I genuinely think it is. Let me show you some of the features. These are the feet you get. So your zigzag foot comes on your machine. That's your one you'll use for the majority of basic sewing. You've got your zipper foot, regular zipper foot this is. You get your buttonhole foot. That does automatic one-step buttonholes. There are 8 to choose from on the machine. You get your overcasting foot, and this is what you'll use when you're neatening the edges of fabric, particularly in dressmaking. Your monogramming foot comes next. That's the open-toed embroidery foot. Not the darning foot for quilting, but it is, or foundation paper piecing. You get a blind stitch foot for doing invisible hems. You get your button fitting foot as well, so you don't even have to sew on buttons by hand. Next, your quilting foot. That's your free motion quilting foot. You also get your walking foot, your concealed zipper foot, and your non-stick foot for working with things like vinyl. Got about half my stock left already. There's over 20 of you with it in your baskets. At midnight tonight, this machine will go back up to £799, by the way. If you try and buy this machine tomorrow, unless we have it on the show and we drop the price, then the price will be £799. I mean, whenever we have it on air and we feature it, we drop the price, okay? So our on-air price is always £399, which is amazing. But it does mean that if you buy it any other time, it would be £799. And actually, if you went onto the Brother website and you find this machine, in fact, we can, here it is, it's £849 from Brother, £849. So at £399, I mean, just wild. It's wild, it really is. The thing is, when you're, say for example, when you're first getting into sewing, I think we're all very mindful of how much money we're spending on buying the things we need to start the craft, aren't we? And it's a hard conversation for me to have, because I always say to people, there is a minimum that you should spend on a sewing machine. I know that you can go down the middle aisle and buy a machine for £80. Please, please don't do that, because you will not make anything of any quality. It will frustrate you, it will put you off, and within a few days or hours of using it, you'll think, I need to spend all the money I was going to spend originally on top of this money, because I need to replace this already. Or it might just put you off completely, and that would be tragic. So there is a minimum. But if I said to you, well, you know, your budget, let's say your budget is, you've got to be under £500. And £500 for a decent computerised sewing machine is... it's reasonably low budget, to be fair. You know, it's quite easy to spend £1,000, £1,500, £1,800, £2,000 on a mid-range machine, and it's very, very easy to spend £4,000, £5,000, £6,000, £12,000, £18,000 on top of the range sewing machines. So to get something for £399 in any other circumstances would make me very, very suspicious and nervous. And I'm being totally honest here. I would think, really? Okay, I'm going to have to think, because why is this so... And I don't have an answer other than Sewing Street have such amazing buying power that we are able to do this machine such incredible value. And it is genuinely Incredible value. And you don't just have to take my word for it, but I hope we know each other well enough to know that you can take my word when I say, you know, I don't wax lyrical about things that I don't like. I can skim over something quickly, but I'm passionate about these machines. I am thrilled to bits that this is back in stock for my birthday weekend, because it is the most glorious machine. And for £399, I almost want to put money on the table that you cannot find any machine on the market that comes close, that even comes close, in my opinion, to this. For the number of stitches, for the number of feet, for the fact that you really will not ever have to buy another foot for this machine, unless you want something weird and wonderful. You know, something like a non-stick foot might be considered weird and wonderful to anybody who isn't, say, a bag maker, for example. You're not paying anything for that non-stick foot, by the way. That is an extra. That is a bonus that's in the box for you, because we call this the Maker's Edition. Half the stock's gone. You're going to have to be quick on this. If you're a dressmaker and you do invisible zips, you might very well. There is no machine that I am aware of at whatever price that comes with a concealed zipper foot. Even a £2,000, £3,000, £5,000 sewing machine. I don't, because it's classed as a speciality foot. But I think if you're a dressmaker, probably at some point, I mean, goodness me, I had never put a zip into a garment ever until the first episode of Sewing Bee, and an idiot here chose an invisible zip to put into my skirt as the first ever zip I'd put in. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't perfect, but it wasn't too bad. And I didn't have an invisible zipper foot. And what the invisible zipper foot does is it actually has a special kind of bit underneath it, which fits against the coil of the zip. And it allows you to sew it, so it enables you to sew it perfectly. It's guided by the foot. So if you're a dressmaker, you probably would end up buying one of those. Well, I've made sure that you get that foot in the box for no extra money. So unless you wanted, a 5-groove pin tuck foot, or something really specific, I don't see any reason why you would need to buy another foot for the machine. So for £399 or £133 on split pay, you'll get this home in about 5 days, and for £133, and you can just let loose. I've got low 20s left now of this machine. Wow. Okay, I'm going to do a bit of stitching. I'm going to turn it around and do a little bit of stitching. Kim, thanks for your message. She says, happy birthday. I hope you and your husband have a wonderful trip. Thank you so much. We're so looking forward to it. Alison Marion says, oh, goodness, I'm going to call dog ears dog ends from now on. I think you should, Alison. I think you should. It's a thing now. Right, so I've just got a little bit of fabric. I've actually ironed some interfacing onto the right side of this because it was a bit patterned. And I'm just going to use the wrong side of the fabric because I want to be able to show you the stitching. I'm going to start just actually by winding a fresh bobbin. There's a little bit of thread on here, but I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to take that. There are packs of 10 bobbins available. I'm going to open this one and use this. Always use a brother bobbin. Okay, you must use special brother bobbins with your brother machine. They are a little shallower than regular bobbins, and so a universal bobbin will not fit. And there's no such thing as a universal bobbin anyway. So I'm going to pop some thread on and I'm going to wind a bobbin. So first of all, look, here at the back, you've got your bobbin spool, yeah. That clips in, clips out. Pop your reel of thread on with the thread coming off the bottom, spool cap on, and hold your thread like it was dental floss and we're just going to pop it through there and around the bobbin winder. Wind it round the bobbin, wind the bobbin up, wind the bobbin up, push it away, and then wind. And that's going to wind your bobbin, and it'll stop automatically when it's full, okay? But I'm actually just going to call it a day there because we've got lots to do. It's got a little thread cutter as well on the bobbin winder, which is brill. All these extra little things that make every sewing session a little bit easier. Like putting the bobbin in, just you want the thread coming off the left-hand side. Think of it like a letter P. P for patchwork, P for perfect. Drop it in, like that. And then there's a little channel to wind it through. There's even a little thread cutter here. You see, for £399, it's just amazing. It makes everything so much easier. Right, when we're threading the top, child's play, again, hold your thread like a piece of dental floss, back through, oops, I haven't got my glasses on. There we go, through there, and down through the channels, up and back and down. I like to drop the presser foot at this point when I'm using the needle threader. And unhelpfully, someone has broken the needle threader on this machine. So, and I don't have my glasses, so give me 1 second. I will find my bag. The needle threaders on these Brother machines are absolutely fantastic. They are the easiest needle threader to use. Remember, our machine goes through a lot of rough and tumble, and a lot of people jump on the machine and don't know how to use it. So, but I will hopefully be able to thread this up. But I'm old now, you see, so things like this are difficult for me. We might need to get Hannah to come through and thread this for me. Yeah, sorry. Someone can just come and thread the machine for me, please. Right, a message. Best thing I ever did was buy this machine when you very first presented it. Used it virtually every day since. Well, that is one of the best recommendations we could have, really. I think this is a machine that you'll use every single day, and it's a machine that's easy to jump on and use. You get a full printed manual as well. A lot of machines now you don't. You have to download it and you have to print it off yourself, but you get a full printed manual as well. Oh, Lynn Goldsworth is in the house. Lynn, could you come and thread the machine for me, please? Have you got it, Hannah? You got it? Oh, amazing. Thanks, Hannah. Oh, bless you. I mean, you could have borrowed my glass. Oh, my. I know. This is the thing, isn't it?
That's the thing. I think at home, fine.
At home, when you're not on live television, it is a lot easier. Right. That is a great endorsement, though. Right. OK. Let's do a bit of sewing. So easy to scroll through and use. I'm going to... Let's see. There we go. Brilliant. Right. Have a look here. OK. So, here's your screen. Nice and bright LCD screen. Ever so easy. This is your stitch selection. So, at the moment, we're in Zone 1. Green light, utility stitches, it's all this first 100. Everything from 00 right through to 99. That's 100 stitches. And scrolling through, it's just 10s and units, up and down. I mean, that's technology I can understand. I love that. Yeah, it's really easy. Stitch length, stitch width. You see, on other manual machines where it's a dial, it's like, I never know which is which, and I'm an experienced sewer. But it does make it hard. This makes it so easy. It's obvious that that's the stitch length. It's obvious that that's the width. This machine even tells me what foot I need to use. I need foot A. If I press this button again, I'm now in zone 2. If I flip this up, I'm now in zone 2. This is my satin stitches and my decorative stitches. And again, I've got 100 of those. Absolutely incredible. All right. If I press this button here, then I've got zone 3, which is my final 50 stitches, zone 3. Now, if I press this one here, A for alphabet, I'm now on all of the stitches that are up here, which is 3 full alphabets, remember, plus numbers, plus punctuation and European accented letters in 3 different styles. So, I mean, in terms of the actual number of stitches overall, I mean, it's way over 250. Amazing. And it's the kind of thing you can't add to a sewing machine. Your machine either comes with it or it doesn't. So you might think, well, I don't know if I want to be able to do words, but what happens if one day you do and you decide you need to make a label for a quilt or personalise something, or even just making name tapes to put in the kids' clothes or, you know, in some laundry item. Anyway, so easy to use. Let me just really quickly show you how you do words. So, okay, so we're in the alphabet, and in terms of the style, at the moment I'm in style 1. If I press that again, I'm in style 2. That's the cursive alphabet. And if I press it again, I'm in style 3, which is the outline. So let's do that. And I'm just going to put the word sew, S-E-W. S is stitch 19. So 19, and I use the add 1 letter in my sequence. E is 5. 5, add 2 letters in my sequence. W is 23. 23, add. Okay, that's it. I'm ready to sew. If I drop my presser foot and I put my foot on the pedal. Now I can either sew this with the pedal, or I can use pedal free, and I have a start-stop button on the front. I mean, that's amazing to be able to sew without the foot pedal, so that you might want to sew standing up. You might not be able to use a foot pedal. This does not hold you back at all. It does a locking stitch at the end. And then, I mean, this, I think, will impress you, because look at the size. I mean, that is not titchy, tiny little letters. That is a proper, full, bold outline alphabet. And you've got 3 different alphabets to choose from. How cool! How cool. I would go in there with colouring pencils and I would colour in the letters different colours. We've got a question. How heavy is this machine? 7.84 kilograms. Absolutely brilliant for taking to workshops and classes, or if your sewing room is sometimes referred to as the dining room, kitchen, lounge or bedroom. Oh, I haven't even mentioned, it also comes with a hard case. I've bought 2 £3,000 sewing machines that came with a fabric cover. This, you get a hard case. It's brilliant. If you don't have a permanent sewing room and you need your machine to be stored securely and safely, you've got kids, dogs, other people charging around the house or going in and out of the cupboard. If you go on the bus with your sewing machine or put it in the boot of the car, you want it to be secure. You've got a hard case that completely covers your machine. That is like we just took for granted in the 70s and 80s. All machines had a hard case. Not anymore. The vast majority don't. And that's a cost thing. Pure and simple, that's a cost thing. I don't know how Brother managed to put a hard case with this machine for £399. If it wasn't Brother, I'd be suspicious. But because it's Brother and because I've used this machine for hundreds and hundreds of hours, this is the machine I always use when I'm demoing on air. This is the machine I always use if I'm out in the green room sewing and prepping, or sometimes I stay after I get off air and I work on one of my quilts. I know I can sit and sew on this machine, and when I get back to my studio and I'm sewing on my Brother sewing machine in my studio, I get the same results, I get the same quality, the same fabulous 1/4-inch seam allowance, the same brilliant... It is the same walking foot. This is the thing. It is the same feet. They're interchangeable. So you're getting that same quality, but for £399. Now, if you are buying this as your only machine, you need it to do everything you want it to do right now, but you also need it to do everything you might want to do in the future. You might not currently be a dressmaker, but once the Sewing Bee is back on air, we all get inspired to buy a sewing machine, to buy a dressmaking pattern and have a go. And that's when you want your machine to step up and be there ready to go with you. If this is your second machine, say for workshops and classes, because you don't want to take that £2,000-3,000 sewing machine on the bus, and I don't blame you, this machine will give you the same gorgeous quality. When you've all checked out, I've only got 10 machines left. We've waited 4 months, I think, to get this machine back in stock, and I've got 10 left when you've all checked out. Some messages. Simon's got in touch to say, Stuart, wishing you a very happy birthday. From when I saw you on the Sewing Bee, I realised that men really can sew too. You've been an inspiration. And I was thrilled when we met at a class here in Exeter. I hope Charlie spoils you and have the best weekend. Oh, it's really kind of you, Simon. Thank you. You know, I'm a big advocate for anybody who wants to, can sew, can enjoy the craft, and you find your way and you do your thing. Derek, thank you for your message. He says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you. I love my Brother machines. I have 4. Yeah, it's a bit like that. Wouldn't you love a brand? I agree. The Brother needle threader is the best. It absolutely is. Alice says, happy birthday, Stuart. Have the best day. Thank you very much. And Alison says, I've had my Brother FS210 for 7 years. 7 years. That's how long these machines, they are built to last. I've still not used everything on it. This machine would be fabulous for a beginner or a more experienced sewer. Such a good point, Alison. It isn't just for beginners, but it's brilliant for beginner sewers because it's so simple to use. But also it's got everything there for more advanced sewers. Let's do a bit more stitching. So I'm going to go into utility stitching now. Chart number 1. Okay, and let's just do a couple of, let's do a couple of the overcasting stitches. Let's do stitch number 9. So on something like dressmaking, you might want to neaten the edge of your fabric, okay? So let's say, for example, you're making a pair of trousers and you want to neaten the edge. Now, it's telling me I need foot G, so I go into my compartment. They're all labelled, but also, have a look here. I was going to show it at the front. Can you see there? It's actually debossed on the foot with the letter G. So you don't have to be an expert ever. You don't ever have to learn what each foot is. You will pick it up, of course you will, but they're always there for you. And this is my overcasting foot. This is going to make the overcast edge really nice and neat. So I'll pop that on. I have already got a pinked edge on this fabric, but I'm going to make this lovely and neat. And I'm lining up the little bar on the foot with the raw edge of my fabric. I think I might have picked a... Oh, I picked a... Come here, Stuart, what are you doing? Oh, I've got all tangled up. Oh, don't do that. Oh, gosh, do you know, I made a real pig's ear of that. Love that saying. Right. Oh, let's go stitch 8. You've got different overcasting stitches, and they are suitable for different fabrics. So, for example, if you were doing, say, a stretch fabric, you need a stretch overcast. Your overcast edge has got to stretch with the fabric. If you're using a woven fabric for your blouse, say, you need a different overcast for that. Now, with a very, very basic, and that often means a very cheap sewing machine or a cheaper sewing machine, you won't get all of those different overcasts. I can't, again, believe that for £399 you get all of that. Now, that was a very, very rough edge, but it has neatened that edge remarkably well. If you get the odd little, I mean, that was a real sort of little funny nip there, you can just clip that off. But that has neatened that edge considerably. Now, if you want to go full on like an overlocker, but not an overlocker, you can buy, this is one foot you might want to just splash out and buy, and it's called a side cutter foot. And these are only for brothers. It's $39.99, and I'm going to show it you in action, okay? It's an easy job to fit. You don't have to take the ankle off the machine. You just take the foot off, okay? And then this goes on. Now, it goes on in two places. So it clips on, and then it also hooks over the needle bar. So I'm just, there we go, that's all fitted on now. Right, and this has got a little blade on the side of it, just like an overlocker would, okay? And what you want to do, if I show you from the front, you can see you've got a little bit that looks almost like a mini foot here, yeah? And your fabric needs to go under that little bit of the foot. But here you've got this metal plate, and if you think of scissors, metal against metal, there's a blade in there, there's your second blade, that comes together to cut the fabric. So if I put my fabric, let's say here, okay, and I'm going to start sewing. Now I'm going to keep that overcasting stitch on the machine, and I'm just winding it through just to get it started. Okay, you do always want to start a little slowly when you're using these feet. Ease it through, but then you're away. And what this is doing, can you see it, is cutting the edge of the fabric off, yeah? And I am overcasting as I go. This is effectively doing a simplified version of overlocking. You can overcast anyway, but this is cutting the fabric first, just before the stitch. Look at that. That is cut and overcast in one step. Now, if I just compare that edge with this edge, this was just using the overcasting foot, and obviously it wasn't cutting the fabric, and you can see it's a little bit rough and ready. It would still do the job very nicely, and remember, this is inside a garment, you know. But if you want pristine, looks like it's been done on an overlocker, I think that finish is pretty hard to... And here's the real boon. You haven't had to spend between £400 and £2,000 buying an overlocker. You haven't had to learn to thread a totally different machine. And you are getting a similar, it's not the same, but you're getting a similar effect and quality on your garment. Fourth thing, you haven't got to find room for an extra machine. It's all in one. I think they're brilliant. I think they're brilliant and well worth considering because you get everything else with your Brother FS250. It's not a bad little splurge just to spend an extra $39.99 on that. It does really quite an impressive job, I think. The machine. I've got more in baskets than I've got available. I've got more machines in baskets than I've got available. Now, a lovely message from Bex who says, morning, lovely Stuart, big happy birthday, thank you. I have the FS250. I also have a machine that cost me over £1,000. The FS250 is still my go-to machine. I love it. It's easy to use and the results are fab. See, sometimes we overcomplicate things, don't we? We have machines that are so super duper, all bells and whistles, that it kind of puts us off using them because we can't just jump on them. Whereas this machine, you really can just jump on and it's easy and straightforward, but it does everything you need. I have to read this one from Patricia, who says, happy birthday, Stuart Hillard. I love watching you on Sewing Street. You don't look a day over 40. Just going to enjoy that moment, Patricia. Thank you. Sue says, morning, Stuart. Will the side cutter foot fit my brother 1-800-Q, please? If it's a low shank, yes, absolutely. Do a quick online search. I'm pretty confident, Sue. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. You can always order it. If it doesn't fit, you can send it back. Go on, can you move the needle position? Yeah, you absolutely can. I'm just going to take this foot off. Morning, Stuart, happy birthday. Could you explain about when you use the needle over to the right or left on the machine? Oh, Sandra, yes. So I mentioned that, didn't I, when I was talking about the 1/4 inch stitch. So if we're in zone 1, regular foot, just the regular zigzag foot, stitch 46 and 47. Now, stitch 46... Right, there is stitch 46. And if I just, say if I fold the fabric there just for a second, so I've got a nice clean edge. Sorry, I'm going to go stitch, wait a minute, 47. Stitch 1, 46. There we go. Right. If I line up the edge of the fabric with the edge of my foot and sew, that is 1/4 inch. So when I said earlier on, I'm team no guide, just the edge of the foot, and that's your perfect 1/4 inch. Okay, that's your perfect 1/4 inch from the raw edge, okay? Now, there might be times when you need to sew with the fabric on the other side. So, stitch 47, this is now 1/4 inch from this side of the foot, from the left-hand side of the foot here, okay? So if I line my previous here and sew, now I might well use that when I'm outline quilting, because if I'd got a patchwork block and I've got a shape with a seam here that I want to sew 1/4 inch away from, do I want to turn my whole quilt around so that I can line it up on the right? Not really. I'd much rather be able to line up on the right-hand side of on the left-hand side of my foot. And I can do that. I can do that. So it's really, really useful. We are way, way oversubscribed on the FS250. We knew this would happen. I know a lot of you wanted the FS250 for Christmas and weren't able to get it. But we have got it back in stock now. I think we could easily sell out of this machine today. We're way oversubscribed. How many in baskets do we have? Right, currently at the moment, 5 of you will miss out. We're oversubscribed by 5 people. Okay, the rest of you have checked out your baskets. Well done. Well done. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to go to a break now. At 12 o'clock, we're going to come back and I will let you know where we are stock-wise. I remember it's only £399 today while it's on air. If you shop after midnight tonight, it'll be £799. If you go to the Brother website, it's £859 or £49. Don't do that. £399 today, but I would use the time to check out your baskets. A quick answer to Sue's question before we go to break. The side cutter foot is made for Brother machines only. It will not fit any other brand of machine. Whether they're high shank or low shank, it's only designed to be used with Brother sewing machines. So you must have a Brother. If you've got the 140, the 210, the 180, the 250, the MV1100, the 1150, any of those, it will fit them all. Any modern Brother machine, it will fit, but only Brother. Right, keep going through for that and keep going through for your Brother machine. Well done if you've already got yours. Oh my goodness, that means you're in our Shop to Win prize draw to win over £1,000 worth of goodies, including another Brother sewing machine and fabric galore. You'll also get your pin badge, Mini Stew, and you get a code on the back. Make sure you keep that and use that. Now, after the break, this is coming up. It is a fabulous, so beautiful quilt. Gorgeous colours, just right for summer. I will see you after this.
Join us on Sewing Street as we're throwing a stitch-tastic party all weekend long, celebrating Stuart's birthday. We've got the Brother FS250ME back in stock, the gorgeous new Tilda Songbird fabric launch, and so much more. Plus, help us launch Stuart's brand new Block of the Month Club. And because it's a party, enter our prize giveaway and get a free exclusive pin badge with every order, while stocks last. So grab a slice of cake and let's make Stuart's birthday the most fabric-tastic weekend ever on Sewing Street. Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way, this is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Hey, so good to have your company today. We're having such a fun day and a fun weekend ahead. It's my birthday shows all weekend, birthday deals, amazing guests, fantastic giveaways, including a mini-me pin badge, which every customer will get today and tomorrow, one per customer while stocks last. Thrilled to bits. There's a little treat on the back as well, as if that wasn't a treat on the front. But also, possibly more exciting, I think, for most of us, is that you get entered into a prize draw of over £1,000 worth of prizes, including a bolt, a 25-metre bolt of calico, a Brother sewing machine, a pair of Fiskars scissors, Mandy Shaw fabric. You've got Tula Pink Orifil thread. You've got William Morris mugs and fabric, a Sewing Street bag, and you've got all of every fabric from my brand new Lewis and Irene collection, porcelain and sea glass. These are the shipping samples. This is not even available in warehouses. I got my shipping samples on Thursday. It doesn't come out for months. You will be getting a bit of every one of those fabrics in your prize. So definitely, and every single individual thing that you buy is one more ticket into the prize draw. Right, let's see what could be the next ticket. We have got this incredible quilt from Free Spirit. It's called Elegant Wings. And Lynn, you're back with me for this hour. This is a gorgeous quilt.
I tell you what, the star of this quilt is, as well as beautiful piecing, is all of these insects, these beautiful butterflies and moths, and it's this fabric which is so
Would you
gorgeous.
just hold it up for a second, Lynn, just in the air so we can see? Because
so this for me is the star of the show. It's these amazing kind of botanical.
Wow.
Are they? Am I holding that upside down?
Wow.
Who knows? They are so gorgeous. I love botanical drawings like beetles and butterflies and moths, and so that is the star of the quilt. And then you've got a lot of lovely piecing around it and a big border, and yeah, it's a great quilt.
It's just absolutely beautiful. I've got a very special price. I'm going to go through the box, but I want to let you know that you are not paying anything like $259.99. But this quilt is 80 inches wide by 99 inches deep. So this is a queen-sized quilt. Now, if you don't want to make a quilt that big, this quilt would be a fantastic candidate for splitting either in half or into a 2/3, 1/3, and you could have a gorgeous throw quilt and a smaller lap quilt.
Totally could. I mean, you can split it into like 3x3, 3x4, 4x... I mean, however you want to break it down, you can make a much smaller version of the same thing.
You really could.
Yeah.
And you are not paying $259.99. Here's your crash. Can we go under 200? Can we? Oh, love that. Remember, £60 off. This is 80 inches by 99. That is a lot of quilt. That is a lot of quilt. I beg your pardon. Oh, it's my birthday, so we're not staying at $199.99. OK, let's go even lower. No, you're just spoiling us. Amazing. $179.99. That's brill. Absolutely brill. I love that. So we started at $259, is it? £80.
It's a lot of quilt for your money.
I mean, that's a lot of saving.
It is.
I'm going to dive in. Now, you're not having to buy a pattern separately. You've got everything explained. So it's half square triangles and stitch and flip units.
That's all you need to know. Other than some sashing, that's all you need to know. It's a 2-technique quilt.
Yeah?
Yep.
Confident beginner?
Absolutely.
Confident beginner. Let's look at the good stuff, shall we? Love it.
I like it when they wrap it in tissue.
Oh, it's like getting
and
a
ribbons.
present.
It is. It is. I love getting a kit.
Everyone can have a birthday present. I haven't had any birthday presents. Obviously, it's not my birthday yet, but I'm not having any birthday presents because I'm going on holiday. That's the present.
That is a huge present.
It's a huge present.
And it was time. It was time, Stuart.
Oh, look, that is gorgeous.
That's a really nice background fabric.
I wouldn't normally. It's like something between leaves and feathers almost. Beautiful.
And completely non-directional, so very easy to use.
Oh, fab. I don't normally go to the neutral as the first fabric, but it's just so beautiful. Very elegant, very Art Nouveau. Very Art Nouveau.
It is, you're right.
Stunning.
That, yeah.
This is your vibrant blue. This is gorgeous, like almost like cicada wings. This is your binding. Oh,
that's a stunner, that one.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
This is like lovely large-scale print.
You know, like sort of almost like Chinese silk brocade, kind of. It's that sort of look, isn't it? Peonies and moths. I mean, stunningly beautiful. Stunningly beautiful. This is very right for summer as well, isn't it, this quilt? The colours, the vibe.
All of these amazing, beautiful, jewelled insects.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great picnic blanket this would make.
Oh, yum.
And also, there's a lot going on, so you wouldn't notice if you spilt stuff on it.
That's a good point.
Which is always a consideration.
It's a very important consideration. You've got this beautiful blue floral here. I'm saving the two... Well, this is a real showstopper of a fabric, isn't it, of course? But this is your border fabric, which is incredible. The amount of detail there... I keep on putting it upside down. Sorry, everybody.
I think
do you know what it is?
It
goes
looks
this
like
way
it
and
goes
that.
both ways.
It does, it does.
And actually, that's going to make it very easy to sash the border with this because you're going to cut those width of fabric strips.
Yep.
And it just doesn't matter if they're up or down.
Oh, amazing. That is just stunning. And then I've saved this one till last. This is what you're going to use for all of your block centres.
This is the stuff I love. Wow. I love a fabric with a really good panel.
Wow. These are incredible.
Works of art, aren't they?
I mean, you're not kidding.
I mean, they are fabulous. That's why this quilt sings, because of these.
But also as well, the quilt design is very much about framing these as pieces of art. I mean, look at this one here. Look at the detail.
I know. They are magical.
And here it is in the quilt.
Yeah.
You haven't lost any of the beauty of the fabric by cutting it up.
No.
But those other fabrics around it, it's exquisite, Lynn.
It's lovely that it has that extra piecing. So you're making a real quilt with all the little, added bits. It's not just the panel.
Yeah, because actually you could, and I'll be honest, I would have been quite tempted literally just to put a frame around those blocks.
Totally could.
Would have been lovely.
That's why I love a panel, because you can do so much with it.
But that is
Yes, they've
off the
added the
charts.
extra fireworks here.
It's off the chart. And £80 off. £80 off. You're paying, I mean, $59.99 to get it home. It also means you get one of these and you get entered into a prize draw to win over £1,000 worth of prizes as well. Every single item. If you were to buy a bottle of Best Press as well today, you've now doubled your chances of winning over £1,000 worth. If you buy a pack of needles, you've now got 3 chances to win. I know that's obvious, but I mean, it's sort of like...
It's a lot of prize. It is a lot of prize.
I think I might buy a bit of Bonderweb. I might just buy a bit of extra.
So each item gets you a new...
Yeah.
Oh, OK.
Even if you check out in one
OK, it's not
go.
one basket, it's 10 items, say.
10 items, 10 tickets.
Okay.
It's like Green Shield stamps.
It's like Green Shield stamps, back in the olden days.
In the olden days. In the olden days. Oh, yes. When I were a nipper. I think this is glorious, don't you? So beautiful. I've got to open this one out again and just...
That one is incredible. I don't know how much of that you get left, because I haven't calculated, but you must get a certain amount of that left. And honestly, that you're going to put that into something because it's so big and bold and gorgeous.
I'd be cutting that as stingily as possible.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, I suspect you get a certain amount of that left, honestly.
I bet you would.
Yeah. I mean, maybe this much, maybe,
Enough for a little purse.
Exactly.
A little wallet.
Exactly. Or bordering, framing something to make a cushion or
Very
whatever.
Nice, yeah. It's really lovely. And I don't think this is a range of fabric that we have or we're doing. So this is your one and only chance to get hold of these fabrics. So if
I've never seen these before.
Me neither.
No. And I would have noticed these big, bold panel prints.
Me too, in
the
a
insect
heartbeat.
prints. Those are amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, you are getting your pattern included, which has full instructions, and it is a, confident... I'm going to say confident because of the size.
I think you're right, the size. Having said that, if you're somebody, that size, do you want to get that? Do you want to quilt that on your domestic machine? I'd be tempted. Personally, I do, because I quilt every size. But for 99% of quilters, I'd send that out.
Yeah. Or, I've just noticed something. There's sashing in between each block. So that is a great candidate.
Yeah, you could do. And
Great
actually, I love
candidates,
doing
Quilt
quilt
As
as you go, because that's a great way to practice your quilting on each block. You can really play around with it.
Yeah. Do something on each, different on each one. If you want instructions for Quilt As You Go, my new instructions for my Block of the Month programme have a full 4-page tutorial on Quilt As You Go.
I love Quilt As You Go.
Yeah. I'd never done it before.
Hadn't you?
It's genius.
It's lovely. And I think especially when you're starting out to play, you could, each block here, each butterfly, you could quilt differently. You could do echo quilting. You can really have a play with quilting with Quilt As You Go, because you've just got one, like I'm guessing, what are they, 20-inch blocks?
20-inch blocks.
What a great, your block of the month. What a great way to practice quilting on each one.
You can twist and turn as much as
really
you like.
manipulate it. Yes, you're not like manipulating the whole weight of it. But no, I think you're right about the size. But other than that, I think, as you say, beginner
Total
who's
beginner.
prepared to have a go.
Yeah. It's proving really popular. Lots and lots of you with it in your basket. Now, the pattern uses some half-square triangles, quite a lot of half-square triangles, in fact.
400, Stuart.
Oh, so what's...
400.
OK.
Hence...
That is quite a lot.
Hence
Hence why you've made it even easier.
I have, because half square triangles, a lot of the methods involve trimming, and if you're going to trim 400, that's a lot of trimming. I've got a method where you don't measure and you don't trim, so I just thought this is a perfect candidate for this quilt.
You get, so this is $12.99. You get 50 sheets.
You need 40 for the quilt, so you'll have 10 to photocopy or use again, or it makes 2-inch finished half square triangles, the most common size of half square triangle. So this is like a resource you will keep coming back to.
Oh, so we're keeping these in a folder forever.
I use them all the time. That's the only way I make half square triangles.
It is, isn't it?
It is, because it's quick and easy.
And Lynn's piecing is, I mean, I see a lot of quilters work. Your piecing is always on point.
Thank you.
Whether you're buying the quilt kit or not, this is... So each sheet you've got, this is your... And basically, are you going to show us what we do, how we use these?
I'm going to show you what we do. There is also an instruction sheet in there, so that if you haven't made them this way before, it'll tell you what you're doing. Because if you do go with the quilt with this quilt here, there's no instructions for this method in there, because this method is not included, but you can use this method with their instructions.
Because you've done them to the size that you need for this quilt, but
exactly.
Also, it's, like you say, the most popular size.
It's the universal half square triangle, so I print those off for myself all the time.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I think this is fantastic, and it is a method which will give you perfect half square triangles with no measuring and no trimming.
It's great. You just follow the lines. That's all you do. There's no pre-marking or anything. It's so much easier.
It's like a magic trick.
It is like a magic trick. It really is.
And you are the magician.
I am the queen of, can I do it more quickly? Can
You're
I do
Dumbledore.
it? Yes. Captain Von Trapp von Dumbledore.
Brilliant. Look forward to it. We'll show you, Lynn's going to show you exactly how to do that. Go through for those. Lots and lots of you going for it. Right, brilliant. Yeah, I think that's a really good addition. If you're getting the kit or not, it's useful. If you're buying the kit, you don't have to do it this way.
No, you can do it the pattern way.
Yeah.
But if you do it the pattern way, you will have 400 half square triangles to trim. If you do it my way, there will be no trimming. So it just is a massive... It saves time, but it makes it so much more accurate.
$12.99, Lynn, take my money.
Exactly. It is
no trimming.
It is one of the best discoveries I made when I learnt quilting. This method is just... It was like a light bulb for me. Amazing.
Yeah. I think the fact... Because I now increasingly trim my half square triangle, because you just get so much better results than just doing the 7/8 and
I agree.
You know,
and a lot of people don't want to measure 7/8. A lot of people, if you write 7/8, they kind of think, oh, I really don't know what I'm doing.
I'll
now.
round it up and trim it.
Exactly, and then you've got the trimming to do at the end. So I mean,
I will just remind you, no measuring and no trimming using this method.
Follow the lines. It makes it so much easier.
I've just got a paper cut.
Oh, no, Stuart. Can somebody call 999, please? A paper cut is actually very serious.
Oh, there's nothing worse, is there?
I mean, I can think of some worse things.
Nothing. Beheading.
Childbirth. Childbirth is worse.
Don't go there, girlfriend.
Don't you know it?
No, my childbearing years are over, Lynn.
I'm relieved to say. So am I. Nearly choked then.
Right, let's do demo.
Let's do demo. OK, so I am going to jump in with this half square triangle method. And the great thing about this method, combined with this particular pattern, excuse me, I did nearly choke, is that actually you can use the cutting instructions from the pattern to make this method work.
Oh, cool.
Because what she does in this, I assume it's a she, who knows, yes, Maria Matos. What she does in this pattern is she uses 6-inch squares. Now, when I make these normally, I tend to use 6 1/4-inch squares. So if you are approaching this pattern and you know that that's what you're doing, you're going to use my method, you can cut 6 1/4-inch squares. But if you've done all of your cutting and then you think, oh, I'd like to use Lynn's method, you can still use my method, and I'm going to show you how. So basically, you'll get one of your templates. And if you've got 6 1/4 inch squares, I normally trim it to about 1/4 of an inch from the edge of the template. But if you're using 6 inch squares, you want to go a little bit smaller. So what I would suggest you do is trim kind of what I would say 1/8 of an inch, but you don't need to be accurate, or a slither from the edge of the template. And I always like to have that extra bit of paper around, just as in I'm not trimming right to the edge of the template, because I'm later going to cut along those lines. So I want to make sure that I can still see those lines. And if I was doing a quilt like this, once I've got my head around the method, so as I always say, grab some scrap fabric, have a go at this so that you get your head around the method. And then once you have, and you've done all of your cutting, you can then make, what I do is make a great big stack of these 6 or 6 1/4 inch squares, get a load of pins and pin these. Now, to make one, I don't bother pinning. I literally just hold it together, take it to my machine. But if you've got a stack of these, which you will have if you're making this quilt, or any quilt where you've got lots of half square triangles, then I pin these together, make a big stack of these, and then you can kind of chain piece them, which means that you would sew along that red line, then get your next one, sew along the red line, keep going until you've done the whole lot, pull them out of the machine, snip them all apart, and start again along the next red line. And that is the way that I've found that's the fastest way to move through making these. So I'm just going to show you what I did in terms of stacking this up. You'll have, in any situation, almost always you'll have a darker fabric and a lighter fabric. And if you remember, you want the lighter fabric on top. If you don't remember, you're not ruining anything, but that will mean that the fabric presses to the dark side, to the darker side.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, so if you just it's not the end of the world if you forget, but if you remember the lighter fabric on top, and that's the way the seams will press when these are finished. So it's just, I always put that in my instructions, have your lighter fabric next to the back of the paper.
Can I just say, as an endorsement for why you should get this pack of half square triangles, I don't want to emphasise the time-wise, because, you know, you don't work in a factory, you don't have to make everything in the shortest possible time.
Good point.
I'm not saying for that reason. But I think to maximise your pleasure and enjoyment, what I want to say is that Lynn makes incredibly complex and detailed and finely pieced quilts in a couple of days. I've seen your output. I've seen Lynn's output, okay? And the accuracy and the intricacy and the beauty, amazing, but done in a tiny amount of time. And a huge chunk of that is this method, isn't it?
A huge chunk is this specific method.
Yeah.
If I can use this, I will do. And you're right, you might want to take your time over things. You might want to, and I'm totally endorse that whole approach to any kind of crafting. But also, if you're thinking, oh, I wonder how much I can get done this weekend.
Yeah.
I've just got a morning, how much could I get done?
Yeah.
If you can get, you know, let's say, not to, you know, but 400 of those I could do in a day. By the other method, not a chance. I mean, you just couldn't.
I'm just waiting for a second for that just to register. So 400 half square triangles in a day. And the thing is as well, like if you're going to spend a couple of hours doing some lovely sewing, do lovely sewing, not spend 90 minutes of those 2 hours hunched over a table, trimming little slithers of half square triangles.
I hate trimming. I will avoid trimming at all possible costs if there's any way around it. And this way, you know, I've had people say, well, what size do I need it to measure when I've done it? Doesn't matter. It comes out literally at exactly the right size so that you know when it's done, and I'll show you, they'll come out at 2.5 inches square, which means they're 2 inches once they're pieced into the quilt. But you don't need to measure that. You don't need to know that. You just sew along the lines and then you cut along the lines. And the method that she uses in this pattern is actually a very similar method in that you draw the lines that I've got onto the back of the piece of fabric. Okay, step one, you don't need to draw 4 lines per square, because that's a lot of work.
That could take a good 5 minutes.
Well, exactly.
And what does that make? 8?
So that makes 8.
So we've got to do that 50 times.
So you've got to do that 50 times,
so that's
exactly.
200 minutes.
Is it 50 times, 40 times? Is my maths gone awry on 400?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm going to say it's hours and hours
anyway,
and hours
it's a
of
lot
drawing
of time.
lines.
Exactly. So this method, you have to do all that drawing and then you have to trim at the end. My method, there is no drawing and there is no trimming. So every step that you do is kind of 3 of the steps in this pattern, and that's why I just thought, if it was me making this, this is the way I'd want to do it. So I've got these layered up. I've got the dark fabric at the bottom, the lighter fabric on top, and those go right sides together. You can't tell that because that's a solid, but actually no, it's not a solid. It's the print.
Yeah.
But you might not be able to see that. So those are right sides together, and they're pinned to the back of this template. And I'm going to take this over to the machine, and I'm going to sew along the 4 red lines. And on my machine, I can go down to 1.2. So I go down to 1.2, which is a bit shorter than a lot of foundation paper piecing. This is kind of foundation paper piecing. It's sewing with paper. It's shorter than a lot of foundation paper piecing is done. But what you'll find is if you go down to 2, you can rip the papers off so easily at the end. So if your machine goes down to that sort of amount, but 1.5 is fine as well. So on this machine, I'm going to go to 1.5.
Fab. I will read a message quickly while you do that. Derek's messaged in. Really? My talk of Green Shield stamps has kicked off a memory. He says, I got my slide rule with Mum's leftover Green Shield stamp books from the Green Shield stamp shop in Wembley.
What with them?
A slide rule.
Oh, do you remember slide rule?
No.
That was like a way of doing math. You're too young. That was a way of doing I don't know, I've given myself away. It's a way of doing maths where there's like a ruler and then the middle is this slidey bit, and somehow, I mean, it was a bit like, did you have the old sine and cosine book?
Yes.
Yes, you had that. Okay, thank goodness for that. But it was a bit like a special ruler.
Oh.
I mean, ask Derek how it works, because I don't actually specifically remember how it works.
Was it like an abacus?
In a way.
I saw them once on the History Channel, Lynn.
Oh, my gosh. This is the last. I did say to Stuart this morning, I'm always going to request that I come on with him, but I'm not going to anymore. Now that if you're going to be going on about the History Channel and looking at me every time you talk about it,
we just need the theme music from Jurassic Park.
Once we start singing, Stuart, it doesn't stop.
So sew on all the red lines. You see, that as well makes it very beginner friendly, because I can sew on a red line.
It's actually really satisfying. It's really good practice. But when I taught my girls to sew, the first thing I did was just get some lined paper and get them to sew along the lines. It's just you just have 4 lines to sew on, so it's dead easy. I mean, it's just, there is no thinking or measuring or wondering if your 1/4 inch seam is right. It doesn't matter. You just sew along the lines.
Yep. You can sew on a printed line, you can make perfect half-square triangles.
Exactly. And then when you've done that, what you're going to do is you're going to cut it into 8 triangles. So you cut along every single blue line on the template. That includes those around the outside. So those tend to be the first cuts I make. I tend to stack these up, and I'll cut around the outside of all of them before I cut them into 8.
So does that mean that you don't have to have cut your fabrics particularly accurately in the first place?
Not at all. I mean, as I say, if you have cut, for this pattern, a load of 6-inch squares, you can use those. But I tend to use 6 1/4 because there's a bit more leeway, there's a bit more give. You don't have to cut accurately at all. Sometimes I'll just grab 2 scraps. If your scraps are a minimum of 6 inches square, you could just use those. So it's a great scrap buster as well. And so no accurate cutting or piecing. I'm going to cut it in half. What I then tend to do is stack these up. So just for these 2, it doesn't seem to save much time. But if you've got a big stack of these you're doing, then stacking them up can save a bit of time. Cut those in half. Just check you've got the diagonal going the same way. So you're going to cut those in half on the diagonal line. Same with the other 2. Oh, this is a nice cutting mat.
Am I looking at this right? Are those your dog ears that you trim off as well, if you want to?
Yes, so you've got the green lines here. And what you do, again, I stack these up to 4 when I get to this point. You've got your green lines, and you just slice along those, and that's trimming off what Stuart calls dog ends.
I do not.
From now on, you always will do.
Alison Marion is calling them dog ends from now on.
I'm going to call them dog ends from now on. I think it's brilliant.
Let's start a thing.
Let's start a thing. These are now dog ends or rabbit ears. Either of those, doesn't matter. So you've trimmed off these corners along those green lines. So basically, each line on the template has a purpose. You sew along the red, you trim on the blue, you cut on the blue and trim off corners on the little green lines. But if you buy those template sheets, there's an instruction sheet in there that takes you through that step by step or just come back and watch this, and that'll remind you how we did this. Now I'm going to leave the papers in at this point, and the reason I do that is because if you're pressing a seam where you've got 2 bits of bias, which we are, then that seam can sort of bend and arc a little bit. But if you leave the papers in, then it can't bend and arc because the paper is holding it absolutely straight. So you can kind of press it as hard as you want, and it's not going to move. You're going to get this. Not only do they come out to the right size, but they press perfectly.
And when you say on the bias, that is that diagonal piecing line. All of the outside edges are on the straight of grain.
This isn't on. Yes, all of the outside edges, as you say, are on the straight of grain. So
because sometimes with these quick piecing methods,
you get the outside flying geese method where you get which I don't like at all. I like a method where everything that should be square is square. That's a better method for me. And these come out square, but as you say, the diagonal piecing line in the centre is on the bias.
Now I had to go. My iPad's just gone off. It's just run out of battery. But I did have a message there, I think, from Sue saying she doesn't believe I don't remember what a slide rule is. I honestly don't. We had Cuisenaire blocks when
I had Cuisenaire rods. I love those. They're really... In fact, I bought some off eBay for my kids because I just thought they were so brilliant.
Very clever concept.
They all add up to 10, don't they? And they're different colours. So, yeah, really clever concept.
Yeah. Oh, number bonds, very important.
Number bonds, yes.
Children.
Adding up to 10 and your multiplication
and your doubles.
tables. Yes. I mean, we knew our multiplication... Oh, it's not that easy to say. Our tables back to front, inside out.
Do you know, I never did when I was at school, but when I was a teacher, I finally learned them.
You didn't learn them at school?
Not really. I never got it. I was looking for a pattern, you know, like the 5 or the 2.
Yeah, or the 9.
I was looking for a pattern that just wasn't there.
Yes, I know. Something like the 7 times table, that's a difficult one because there's no pattern at all. You just have to kind of guess your way through that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, 5s is a
And I did.
And you did.
I just guessed.
Stuart guessed his way through maths. So you didn't do maths A level?
No, but do you know what? When I trained as a teacher, we all went to the first lecture with the maths lecturer, and he said, "I bet this is the subject you're least looking forward to, isn't it?" We were all like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
And he said, "I'm going to make sure it's your favourite subject to teach," and it absolutely was.
I love maths, I have to say, and you use a lot of maths now. I mean, we both do. There's a lot of maths in quilting when you're pattern writing.
Yes.
And working out how much can I get out of this fabric? Can I do this? Can I do that with it?
Yeah.
There's a lot, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
Even just the maths of how a quilt goes together.
Yeah, very true. So you'd leave the paper in while you're pressing?
So leave the paper in while you're pressing, as I say, so that you get these lovely straight edges. So now, look, those are your half square triangles, and they are literally perfect. They are 2.5 inches square, which means that when you piece them in, they'll be 2 inches, and you just rip the papers off. So what you do is you get all of your half square triangles made to this stage, and then you find children or, you know, neighbours' kids, or you sit and watch telly in the evening and you just peel these papers off. You don't even know you're doing it. I know people have said to me, I don't like foundation paper piecing because I don't like taking the papers off. Do it in front of the telly. You don't even notice you're doing it.
And Lynn, I notice you're using a very particular way of tearing that paper off.
Yeah, I'm just kind of pulling from the middle.
The middle.
Do you do the same?
No, just because you're not going from the corner, which potentially could stretch the corner.
Oh, okay.
Couldn't it?
Well, funnily enough, I'd never even thought of that. I just find if you go from the middle, it just tends to come off in one piece. And again, it's, you know, if you're doing a few hundred of these, as you are, let's say, on this quilt, then you can do it mindlessly. I mean, I think of jobs, there's like sitting at your machine jobs, and then there are TV jobs, and I love a TV job. I'll save it up during the day, and then sit in front of the telly in the evening, ripping the papers off the back. So that, for me, once you try that method, I promise you are never going to make half square triangles another way again, because it's too painful. I can
see that now. Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah.
Do you know... Grab yourself a pack of these. You get 50 sheets. Each sheet will make 8 half-square triangles in total. It's been hugely popular. There's about 70 of you with this in your basket. So that'll make 8. You get 50 sheets, which is phenomenally good value. They're all printed out for you. But, of course, you also have the option of keeping a few back, so you've got a master copy for photocopy.
Absolutely.
You don't mind if we do that?
Oh my gosh, go for it. Keep copying it all the way to, yes, 100%.
But only for your own personal use.
Of course.
Please don't buy one pack and then photocopy them for all your friends.
No.
And I say that just because we all want to support Lynn and her work and her design work. And Lynn, it's not unkind to say, this is how you pay your bills.
It is.
This is how I pay mine.
Yes, exactly. This is what we do for a living.
Yeah.
So we don't want people stealing our copyright. But yes, certainly if you've bought the pack, absolutely hold one back and use it in your photocopier.
For your personal use.
Your personal
Forever,
use.
yeah.
And when you print these out, I like them printed on a sort of 80 weight paper, and I think that's what Sewing Street printed them on. I felt the paper weight, and it's a really good weight for paper piecing. It's because I was worried it might be the same as the patterns, which are beautiful heavy paper.
Yeah.
But they've got it on a really good weight paper, so perfect.
So at home, this is like nice quality computer printed paper.
No, it's when you go into the shop and there's the super bargain one. It's that one.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh,
Nice
so like...
quality is 100 weight.
Ah.
Super cheap, nasty one is 80, and that for me is the best for all of the stuff I do. Because you want it to be lightweight and tear away easily. You don't want it to be too heavy.
Great.
So, yeah.
I really rate, and watching that demo, and when you see them all cut apart, it's like, oh, but they're perfect.
I know.
The edges aren't stretchy.
No.
There's no wobble.
I know, and they're the exact right size. You
No
don't
trimming.
have to think.
No trimming.
Don't have to trim. Don't
No
have to
measuring.
measure. Exactly.
You don't even have to sew an accurate 1/4 inch seam. You're sewing on
Not
a
at
line.
all, because you're sewing on the line. So there's none of the, it's a great beginner's method, actually.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. So many of you coming in. There's over 90 of you with it in your basket. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I think it's kind of our hero product of the hour, Lynn.
For me, it is. I mean, I showed my friend Claire, who messaged us before, because she had some project that there were lots of half-square triangles and the pattern didn't have these templates in. And she said, oh, this is just amazing. This is a game changer.
Yeah. It's such a... Because literally anybody can put 2 layers of fabric together, pin this on top and sew on the red lines.
Yeah,
You've got
exactly.
where to cut. It even cuts the dog ends off.
It does cut the dog ends off for you.
Good.
Yes,
And then
everything is done, and then you have 8, or if you have a big stack of them, which is the way I do them once I get going, then you have... All of a sudden, you have this box full of half-square triangles. It's an incredible sense of achievement that you get so many so quickly with so little work.
Occasionally things come along, don't they, that are a very easy way to up your game.
100%.
Level
For me,
up.
chain piecing, the first time I found out about chain piecing,
Yeah.
whoa.
Revelation.
Or nesting seams. I mean, those little things that we learn. Even, I think, honestly, the advent of the rotary cutter, the mat, the ruler.
The slide rule.
The abacus. Green shield stamps, Derek.
Suddenly we could count beyond 20.
Yes.
Brilliant, brilliant. Great.
Shall I do a bit more
carry on.
demo?
Yes, please.
So the other method, other than, us coming on to piecing the block if we have time. In fact, there are 2 more things I want to show you. So I'm going to do stitch and flip, but I just want to quickly show you how to cut this panel, because you have got to cut 8.5-inch squares from the panel for each of the centres of your blocks, and you want to make sure that you get your design centred in that. So I was just going to tell you how I do that. And the way I do that is a bit like I said before, which is what I said before was, when we were trimming on the earlier hour, was if you're trimming something to 4.5 inches, then your halfway mark is 2.25. Here I'm trimming to 8.5, so my halfway mark is 4.5. So I'm going to get this ruler, which is don't know what it is. Anyway, a wide ruler, and I'm going to look for the, and I literally do count this with my fingers when I do this, 1, 2, 3, 4.5 line, and I'm going to put that down the centre of the block. So I'm going to have a look where the centre of the block is, and then from there, 4.25, I had the wrong line. From there, I can trim that side. I will then do the same on the other side. And then when I'm measuring sort of north to south on this block, I'll lay the ruler down and I'll say, okay, so because a lot of these blocks, there is an obvious centre that you can mark from left and right, but north
Butterflies
and south.
are great like that, aren't they?
Oh, I mean, it's brilliant because they're right down the centre. So as long as you've got a centre, you can go left and right from that, 4.25 inches each. North to south, there isn't an obvious centre. So what I would do is I would just work out where 8.5 inches sits in relation to the top and bottom of your block. Once you've worked that out, mark where the 4.25 inch mark is. Now you can mark it with a little bit of friction pen, or with a pin or with something, just so you can say, okay, I'm going to remember that it's that little part of the butterfly. And then you can do the same as you did before. That was your halfway mark. You take the ruler 4 1/4 inches that way, and then 4 1/4 inches that way. And then the whole block is going to be nicely framed within your finished square. So that's just a little way of when you've got to do that sort of measuring and you don't necessarily have lines to follow, that's the way to cut your panel out. So I would cut each, don't do like cutting whole strips out, cut each block out individually, because you really, those blocks are the star of this quilt, so you really want those to be cut out kind of as well centred as you possibly can. So that was just a little aside I wanted to say about cutting that. And then we will come to a system that a lot of you may know, which is stitch and flip, and that is how you make, let me find, well, I can show you here behind me. I'll show you on the quilt itself. That's how you make these little units here. So what you've got is you've got a 4 1/2 inch square, and you've got a 4 inch square when it's finished, 2 2-inch half square triangles sitting on that square there. So that's the piece that you're going to make, and you make one for each of the sort of 4 sides of the quilt block. And I'm just going to show you how we do that method, which is called stitch and flip, in case you haven't done it before and you don't know it. So you start by marking on the back of each of these half square these squares, and these are 2 1/2 inch squares because that's where we're headed. And you can use, I'm using a friction pen only because it's what I have to hand. I'll often use just a pencil for this, a mechanical pencil for this step. You're just going to mark a diagonal line on the back of each. And here's one thing I would mention. If I was making this quilt, I would honestly do all of these as half square triangles. So I would do every single, so let me show you here. I would do those as 2 half square triangles, sew them together and sew them to a 2 1/2 by 4 1/2 inch piece. So I would do that as a half square triangle, that as a half square triangle, that as a 2 1/2 by 4 1/2. I'm not saying if you buy this kit, you don't have to do what I've just said. I'm just saying if you're somebody who's just understood the maths of what I've said, and you like this system of the paper templates for the half square triangles, again, that's a kind of way of speeding up the whole process, because you're going to make a lot of stuff very quickly. But here's the way that's in.
You don't ever make flying geese, do you?
I never make flying geese. I just put them together
You
as
sew
2
two
half square
half square
triangles. Because it's, for me, that's the quickest way to get that sort of job done. And again, I mean, a lot of people do flying geese with stitch and flip, and it's a great method and it works really well, and that's what we're going to do here. And so what I'm going to do is I start by placing one of these print squares right sides together with the background square, and you can see that I've got that line down there, and I'm going to sew along that line. So I'm going to use not the 1/4 inch foot, because that would sort of snarl up your fabric on the side if you've got a guide on it, but just the regular foot and a regular seam length. So, you know, could be 1.8 or 2 or whatever. So just a normal seam, but again, you are just sewing along the line. You're not worrying about seam allowance at this point. I'm just going to make my stitch a bit longer again than it was before, and I'm going to sew along that line. So the next step when you do these is that you trim off your excess fabric, and that's any fabric that sits beyond your 1/4 inch seam allowance. So you're going to line up your ruler with the 1/4 inch line along your seam and trim off the excess. And as I was saying to Stuart before, I am that lazy, or that I love speed that much. I don't even bother with that step. I leave those fabrics in the background, but I'm telling you the proper way to do it, which is to trim that fabric off. You then press that over, and I'm just going to finger press it for now because that holds it perfectly well. But if you prefer to press it with an iron, that's fine too. Then you're going to place the other one adjacent, and you're looking for that shape. So you're looking for it to end up pointing up in an arrow like that. So you want to make sure that that line there goes in the right direction. And you're going to sew along that line. And some people say, and this is another thing to bear in mind, perhaps you want to do this, but rather than sewing literally on the line, you're going to sew almost 1 hair's width to the side of the line, like in the direction of the corner, so that as it's folded over, it would perfectly match with the corner, because obviously you lose a little bit of fabric in the seam and the fold. Whether you want to do that or not, whether you find that works for you or not, that's up to you. Do you do that, Stuart? Do you tend to hover to the right of the line, or do you just go on the line itself?
Typically, I go on the line.
Yeah.
Fine needle, fine thread.
Yeah.
and that'll do it.
Yeah, you're right. It works completely fine. I think I read that somewhere once and did it for a while and then forgot it for a while.
The only difference I do at this stage is I would flip it back and press it first.
Oh, I sometimes do that
because
too,
then I can check
line it up.
that it's lined.
That is a good way to do it.
And
So
then
what
flip it
Stuart,
back.
I'll tell you what Stuart's saying. So what he's saying is that at this point, when you've sewn that seam, you then fold it over, and what you effectively do is you line your new corner up with the old corner. Let me just pull that down into view a little bit. So you line the new corner up with the old corner so that you know for sure when you press that you're going to have that bit perfect, and then you trim this bit off. So that's actually a really good way of doing it. So I'm going to trim off this excess fabric, and then we can actually press this piece.
But when you're making it, you would just press it back over the fabrics and job done.
That's what I do. And actually, do you know what? I've come to the finished quilt and people would say, but you've now got 3 pieces of fabric in that seam.
Yeah.
And you have got 3 pieces of fabric in that seam and you don't notice it at all. You know in some quilts you have 8 seams joining together, like you've got an 8-point star or something, and you know that bump might be a bit awkward when you're quilting over with your machine. Occasionally you break a needle. Well, that's kind of sometimes 8 pieces. And this is 3 pieces. I've found it actually is a brilliant cheat.
Do you know, I might just do that next time I do stitch and flip. I might just leave them on and just see for myself.
Exactly. And when you're making them, or when you do the pineapple method where you're folding out, folding out, same again, I've done it with that. And so maybe the block is a bit heavier, but in the finished quilt, you have no idea. It comes out absolutely fine. And
I suppose it would only be an issue if you were a hand quilter, because you'd be quilting through more layers.
You're
but
right.
Otherwise, machine quilting, no different.
I've never hand quilted a quilt in my life. Have you?
I did a whole cloth quilt.
Oh, how amazing.
Once. Took 8 years.
8
Just the one. Just the one.
Stuart and I do not do that for money, that's for sure. That would not be
But
working.
I enjoyed it.
I mean, it would be very meditative and mindful. Was it a sort of Welsh-style quilt?
Yeah.
Oh, gorgeous. I mean, in theory, I would love to do one of those. Knowing myself, it's never going to happen. But, I'd love to. They're beautiful.
Yeah, duck egg blue, pale duck egg blue thread on white fabric.
White or cream?
Yeah, white.
White. Oh, golly, that's brave. Your grubby fingers and sneezed on it and dog sat on it and everything.
Yeah, dogs sat on it. I don't even have a dog, but ones would just run in.
Dogs just coming off the road into your house.
do.
Goats, sheep. I mean, you've got it all going on at your house.
Chickens.
Goats, sheep and chickens, exactly. Yeah. So those are the 2 blocks. And then if you'd like, I could go on and make a little, head in the direction of finishing the block itself. But it depends on what your priorities are, what our priorities are, what we've got time for.
Well, I'm just going to recap the quilt kit, first of all, and the half square triangle add-on if you want. So, the Elegant Wings quilt, I've literally got 2 of these quilt kits left. If you want the quilt kit, you have to be really quick. Check out your baskets, won't you? It's Maria Matos's Nocturnal Creatures fabric. You're saving £80, which is huge. You should have just saved £60, but because it's my birthday, Hannah went the extra mile and knocked an extra £20 off, which I think is fabulous. And therefore, inside the box, you get your full pattern, so you're not having to buy an extra pattern. You get that included. You've got your incredible border fabric, which features the sort of tiles. Kind of bejeweled looking. Glorious, aren't they? You've got your poppies, very Art Nouveau. Your background is this gorgeous neutral with kind of somewhere between feathers and leaves. Then you've got the amazing red, almost like a Chinese brocade print with peonies and moths. And then I suppose the real star of the show is this incredible panel fabric that has these beautiful designs that you're going to fussy cut, 8.5-inch squares, and they form the centre of your blocks. But with all that glorious piecing around them, I mean, you've got the best of both worlds. You really have. You get all of that. Now, the quilt itself is about 80 inches by 99 inches.
Huge.
But remember, there's sashing in between the blocks. So this is an ideal candidate for Quilt As You Go. And if you want instructions for Quilt As You Go, just get my new pattern, which is on the show today for the block of the month. Now, the other thing that we heartily recommend, whether you're making this quilt or not, chances are you will have and will make many half square triangles, especially at 2-inch finished. You get, this is speedy, this is no measuring and no trimming.
Yep.
If that sounds like magic, it kind of is. It kind of is. Get these in your baskets, get your badge. If this is the only thing you're buying today, if you only buy this today, you will get your pin badge. You will also get entered into the prize draw to win over £1,000 worth of goodies. I think that's, and also as well, just think of the time that you will save. So using this, we've got 50 sheets.
You have, yes.
And you've got 8, that's 400, isn't it?
5 8 of
50 times 8.
So why was I thinking this was 400? Because it's 20 blocks with 16 in each. Has my maths gone awry?
And 320.
Oh, 320. OK, so you're making a lot fewer than I said.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's 400.
So that makes 400.
But this isn't 400. That's why you get 10 sheets left, yes.
Yeah.
So your maths is better than mine.
But remember, just think, if you've ever trimmed a half square triangle, multiply that time up by 400, and that's how much you'll save. That's how much time you'll save for £12.99.
And as you say, the hunching over, it's just not a fun job. That is not the fun part of sewing, trimming half square triangles.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. Lynn's got in touch from Worcestershire to say, brilliant tips, Lynn. I think you and Stuart should write a book on quick cheats and tips.
We should. We have heads full of them, don't we?
We do.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah. I love a cheat and a tip, I have to say. I really do.
Head to head with Lynn and Stuart.
Yes. With a lot of distraction in between, for sure.
Yeah,
Denim and
definitely.
Heather, Maria and Captain Von Trapp.
That's it, that's it. We had one of our viewers said earlier on that they would bring gin to the retreat.
Absolutely.
So I think it's a done deal, isn't it?
OK, well, let's sign on the dotted line. Yep, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do a retreat.
100%. I would totally be up for that. We've talked about it before.
We have.
Yeah.
We have. A lot of fun.
It would be a lot of fun.
Got about 5 minutes left if you've got any top tips or construction.
Well, I could show you how the block goes together because
Yes,
we've got that
please.
sort of laid out in front of us. So where I got to on this was I've got like that lovely piece in the centre which I've cut out at 8.5 inches. Then in each corner, what you've got is you've got one of these little units. So you've got a 2-inch.
Moving it slightly up from the bottom of the table. Just the.
Am I going that way?
Yes, please.
Yes. OK, here we go.
That's it, thank you.
Yeah, perfect. So we've got this unit here. Now we make 4 of those. So that is just a little 4 patch. So that's a dead simple unit to make, and you're going to be using your nesting seams and so on. You have this piece goes in the centre, and we've already made that. So you've got 4 of those going around the sides of the block. And then you have another piece which goes, let me show you where. So basically, again, quite simple because you've got one of these squares and then one of these half square triangles. So you can see why in the construction of this kit, you're going to be making a lot of half square triangles because in this block there are 16 and I tell you what, when you're laying out a block like this, it is really useful to have a block layout image, which is probably, I'm sure that, yes, there is one in here. Because the thing with half square triangles is, and I don't know if you noticed this, Stuart, gosh, it's easy to get them the wrong way round.
Oh, yeah.
It's so easy to get those the wrong way round. And already now I'm looking at it and thinking, I'm sure I've done that wrong. And I had done that wrong. It goes like that. So we would sew those 2 pieces into pairs, sew those to the sides.
Doesn't go like that.
Doesn't it?
No.
You see? No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't. Does it go like...
No, it's the straight edge.
That?
Yes.
OK, I did that like that originally, and then it looked wrong, but you're right. When I look round the... I tell you what, that's what... When you, half square triangles, you always have to... if I was making a block like this, I would lay them all out just to make sure I know what I'm doing, because it's very easy to get them twisted the wrong way around.
Well, Lynn, a mate of mine... You know the big block of the month quilt that we did... You made one of them. Do you remember it was like on point and it had the stars and it was like...
I know the one you're talking about. Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But a friend of mine did that and was showing me the top and the very centre block, the very first one. There was one half square triangle that was round the wrong way. And I thought, do I say anything?
No.
But I thought, you've done so much work. And the rest of it was perfect.
Was it quilted?
No.
Oh.
It was just the top.
Then you could say something.
And I thought, I'm going to have to say something.
Yes.
So I said, did you realise? And they didn't.
Yeah.
And I said to them, we could deal with that right now.
Yes.
In fact, I can deal with it.
You dealt with it.
Right now, because I've pointed it out to you. So I unpicked it.
Let's say somebody is in that position. How do you do it? Because I've done it. I've done it when the quilt's quilted.
Oh, have you? And it's
Yes.
quilted?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, this half-square triangle here was twisted the wrong way around and you spotted it.
So easy to do.
So what I did was I started about here and I unpicked the seam allowance about half an inch beyond.
Same.
Half an inch beyond in all directions.
Yep, exactly the same. That's how I do
Twist the unit and then you can stitch it back in.
That's
and
how
it's
I
just
did
straight
it.
seams. It's not Y seams or anything like that. But what about if it's quilted,
Okay,
Lynn?
here we go. If it's quilted and it's happened to me and I have done this, what you do is you take a circle, let's say that big around the block, and unpick that quilting.
Yeah.
You then, as you say, run your seam ripper around the edges of the block to sort of 1/4 of an inch beyond, pick it up, rotate it, and then hand sew it back in again.
Okay.
Then reconnect your quilting lines, so you're going back. It's a performance, but if you've done that for a book or a magazine,
Yes.
I think probably, even if nobody else gets it right, I should get it right.
Fair enough.
Or here's another way you can do it, and this is mega cheat, is you just make this and you raw edge it on.
Okay.
Yeah, I've done that too.
Okay.
Because if it was being photographed from this distance, you wouldn't see.
Like a plique it.
Like a plique it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You could needle turn it. That would actually work really well.
I tore a hole through a quilt once while I was quilting it. About that long.
No.
Tilda as well.
Oh, Tilda, we
You don't
love
do that with Tilda.
No.
Don't mess
And
with
what
the
did you
Tilda.
do?
I pliqued a butterfly.
Yes.
And now if I ever go to a quilt show and I see a butterfly, a pliqued, in a sort of, I think...
You know why that's there. Yeah.
I gotcha.
No, I was making a quilt for a book and I left the iron on too long and left like an iron-shaped singe mark. So I literally remade that little section, stuck it on with Bondaweb, only needed photographing, so it didn't matter. Job done. If anybody can spot which quilt it is, let me know.
Yeah. This is what we need to put in a book.
Yes.
Isn't it?
I mean, a lot of what I do is how to fix these little problems,
Yeah.
and nobody would ever know.
Unless you told them, Lynn.
Unless I told them. I think even if you were looking at a quilt up close, unless it was you or me, or my friend Mandy will do this, she'll go, I can see what you've done there, Lynn. But unless it was you or most people, they wouldn't notice, they wouldn't know. And actually, nobody cares.
Lynn, I'd be too polite to say.
No, I don't think you would. I tell you what, one time I'm going to deliberately do that and just see if Stuart picks me up on it, because I bet you he's not too... Oh, look, when I stand like this, I've got like funny little pointy ears. See if you can do the same. See what I mean? Like quilt block ears. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Lynn and Stuart.
Great.
Yeah.
Right. Keep going through for the amazing quilt kit. It is gorgeous and it's a beautiful quilt. We did say earlier on, if you don't want to make it this big, you could make a smaller 4x4.
You and I would make a 4x4. Stuart and I love a square quilt. Having said that, that is a 3x4, but it's the months of the year, so that's the perfect number for a 3x4.
Yeah, you've got to have 12.
Yeah, you have. Gorgeous quilt.
And the other, I think my top tip for this hour would be to get your half-square triangles. They're easy. No maths, no trimming, absolutely, and 2-inch finished, which is the most popular size.
They are
absolute genius.
Such a game changer. They really are. In terms of speed, but as you say, it's not always about speed. In terms of just, it's so easy, no measuring.
Yeah, we've had lots of requests for other sizes, please, Lynn.
Yeah, absolutely. And next time, OK, I will do. I will bear that in mind. Very good point.
Right, OK. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, it's our final hour. Where is this morning
Your
gone?
Your birthday's flown.
It is flying by, but it's a whole weekend, so it's OK.
Yeah, you've got more birthday to come.
After the break, we have got some amazing deals. We've got some fabulous best press. Big bottles as well.
You're going to sing the song?
I'm going to sing the song.
Yep.
We've also got, I will give you a stock update on where we're at with the Brother FS250. I've got a big Macawa bundle. I've got Make 100 bags. And we will also have a little look at my brand new block of the month, Sewing Through the Year. So if you weren't here with us at 8 a.m, stay tuned. In fact, stay tuned anyway, and I'll see you after the break. Oh.
Now, a lot of people contact me saying, I really don't understand laundry symbols. It's in my book, but here we go. I'll teach you a few right now. Do not wash. Very simple, do not wash. You can wash in a washing machine, but look here, you need the temperature. Now, hand wash only. Look, they're quite simple really, aren't they? I'll go through a few more. Circle with the cross through it. Do not dry clean. Simple as that. Isn't it funny that you can't dry clean some things? Now, triangle with a cross through it. Do not use bleach. That's very important. Then drying your clothes. There's a line dry. There's dry flat. There's tumble dry on low, tumble dry on high. Do not tumble dry. It's always locked. If it's got a cross through it, it means you can't do it. And finally, ironing. 1 dot, low iron. 2 dots, medium iron. You've got the hang of this, haven't you? 3 dots, high iron. Cross through the iron, do not iron.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Oh, I've been waiting to do that all morning. It's the final hour of the first day of my birthday weekend. We've had so many fantastic deals today and lots of lovely launches. The amazing Lynn Goldsworthy, of course, and the restock of the Brother FS250. Now, I'm jumping straight in because there are 44 of you now with this in your basket. 21 of you will miss out. Currently, I've got 23 machines available. There are 23 machines available, way over 40 of you with it in your basket. This went out of stock in October of 2025. When I was a mere slip of a 54-year-old. And now, here we are, the very last day of January, finally back in stock. Today, £399. Midnight tonight, £799. If you go to the Brother website now or tomorrow, £849. 250 stitches, 3 different alphabets, an extension table, walking foot, darning foot, non-stick foot for bag making. You've also got an invisible zipper foot, the whole kit and caboodle, extension table and a hard cover, all for £399. And most importantly, it's the amazing brand of Brother. 3-year warranty, 1 year if you're using it for professional use, 3 years for domestic hobby use. An absolutely incredible machine and something that is an absolute fan favourite. And I class myself as one of those fan favourites. It is a fantastic machine. Get it home, see how it transforms your sewing. But please be quick because, as I say, over 25 of you now will miss out today. We will sell out of this machine today. I'm pretty sure. If I've got 1 or 2 left for tomorrow, we'll probably try and have it back on air tomorrow if we've got any left at all. But I really think that there is a big possibility that this will sell out today. So if you can, check out your baskets. You can get it home for £133, by the way. Use the split pay option if that works for you. You pay £133 today. Well, you'll get the machine in about 5 days. In a month's time, another 133 comes the month after your final payment. That's it, you're done. That's it, you're done. OK, I'm going to pop that to one side because we've got lots of other lovely things in this hour. And we're going to start with big bottles of Best Press. That's the jingle. I've got loads of lovely scents, but we are actually going to start with scent free. If you don't like smelly things, this is a scent free. We're doing great deals this hour as well. It's all about deals. So stick around for a bargain. These are your refill bottles, so you don't get the trigger spray attachment, but you can buy very, very cheaply spray bottles to decant this into. Okay, even like just a little small bottle that you can take to classes should be £21.99. Should be £21.99. You are like, is it like 1 millimetre shy of a litre? Oh, 999.59. So you are 0.41 of a mil, less than half a mil off a litre. Huge, anyway, huge. These, I cannot be without them in my studio. And in fact, these are the things now that I gift to my quilting friends because everyone needs and wants them. Everybody wants and needs them. It's absolutely brilliant. A spray starch alternative. There's no starch in there as such. It will still add body and a little stiffness. Body is a better word to your fabric. So it handles better, it pieces better, it presses better. Brilliant for dressmaking. Great when you're ironing your clothes if you've got something formal. But for patchworkers, quilters, it is superb. And if you have a block which is a little bit lumpy and bumpy, spray this all over. Iron it flat, get those bumps out before you quilt them. It's brilliant. That is your scent-free. You are make a saving of £3. £3. It's a lot. So £3 is a big saving on something that's £21.99. It's a big saving. It's well over 10%. Right, next one up, we're going to do the Linen Fresh. This was, for a very long time, the one I always bought every time because it's just got the most wonderful fresh laundry smell. Quarter of the stock went on pre-order. That was at £21.99. But, of course, now you know what we're doing. Our final price for today, £18.99, and you get your pin badge, and it's another entry into our £1,000 prize draw. Remember, you could buy a bottle of Best Press and win a sewing machine and 18 pieces of my new range of fabric that you can't even buy for months yet. I think it's 40 fat quarters of Mandy Shaw's redwork fabrics, a 25-metre bolt of calico, 60-inch wide calico, Tula Pink Dragon's Breath threads with Aurifil, a mini iron, a sewing machine, Fiskars scissors. You've got William Morris goodies there, fabric and mugs. You've got a Sewing Street tote bag, and you've got the entire porcelain and sea glass fabric collection from me and Lewis and Irene, which doesn't even come out till the end of April, maybe even May. And you are getting it now. Linen Fresh is about to sell out. If you've got that in your basket, please be quick. Right, 4 more scents to go through. Let's do Lavender Fields. This is another of my favourites. I gifted this actually to Deputy Joan. It was one of her Christmas presents, Lavender Fields, because it's such a giftable thing because, you know, you will use it every single time you sew. And it makes it more fun, more enjoyable, better results. You know, I think almost every single guest says, oh, yes, I need Best Press. Oh, yes, I'll use Best Press. And it's funny as well because 15 years ago it didn't even exist. And we managed without it. We did. You know, I used to use a lot of spray starch, but I also had a lot of fabric that was very crispy and very flaky and had lots of white sort of bits all over it, which wasn't pleasant and didn't smell very nice. This, so much better. Again, this is fast approaching sellout. If you want the Lavender Fields, it's the most gorgeous kind of French lavender scent. Absolutely beautiful. And you're getting 0.42, is it, of a mil less than a litre. So basically a litre. Yeah, to all intents and purposes. I've got one left. You'll have to check out your baskets. Right. Citrus Grove, yes. also have this in my studio. I've got quite a few of them, actually, yeah. But I have like some at home, I have some in the studio, I always have one in my car, you know, so... And the thing is, if you buy the big bottle, you can decant this into 3 or 4 smaller bottles. So you've always got a bottle handy wherever you are. You don't have to buy 4 of these bottles. But, I mean, you're saving £3. So if you know you get through a lot of this over the course of a year, why not get a couple, pop one in storage, and then you've already made your saving for when you restock. This is Citrus Grove, a combo of kind of lemons and limes. It's really zesty and fresh, but none of the scents are overpowering. None of them are super strong. None of them are super strong. Morning, Stuart. Happy birthday. I can't live without Best Press, and it smells fab. I'm using mine right now. Would that be Sandra Rushton? Hey, Sandra. Sandra is with me on Tuesday, on my actual birthday. Yes, she will be one of my lovely guests here on Sewing Street, so make sure you stay tuned. Thanks, Sandra. Ooh, what are you making? I need to know. Right, that's your Citrus Grove. 2 more fragrances. In fact... Yes, Cherry Blossom. I've also got the small one, yeah. This is Cherry Blossom. As soon as this came out, I had to buy a bottle and try it. It is gorgeous. Again, it's just a gorgeous floral fragrance. So it doesn't smell of cherries. It's a floral fragrance, but really, really lovely. Light and fresh. Makes ironing almost fun. Oh, Mary Ellen, you tease. Stop it. Look, it makes it almost fun. But I always put music on. That is the one time I put music on when I'm ironing. Because it's that kind of la, 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 let's get along and sing. But when I'm trying to think and concentrate, I can't have music. What song was that? Oh, it's a classic from the 80s. I recently, you know, on Spotify, other platforms are available, but they did a thing where it would calculate your music taste age, your listening age. And I remember Millie, who is, 21? Yeah, her listening age was something like 84 years old, okay? Mine, 22. 22. I've never been more thrilled. I like a lot of dream pop. Dream pop. Look it up. Look it up. Maybe you can bring your Spotify age down. This one is Caribbean Beach. Caribbean Beach. Caribbean Beach. That's a bit of Enya. That's a bit of Enya. Remember Enya? Lives in a castle, got a lot of cats. That's true. She lives in a castle in Ireland and she's got like about 20 cats. But that's what I would do. If I could afford a castle, I would just have loads of lovely cats of all varieties. Love that. Love that. And I would walk around in a velvet cloak going, Caribbean Beach. It would be like my own version of Traitors. But it would just be me. You're making a great saving again. I've only got low teens of this left. Those are all the big bottles of Best Press. They're the ones for me, I think. But if you want to just try it, and you're like, I've never tried Best Press, I don't want to spend nearly £20, I'd rather try something smaller. We've got this one. This is Tea Rose Garden. This is one of the very newest scents. And you're making a saving on this too. This is one you could take to classes, $6.99. There's still loads in there. And this is a really gorgeous, fresh floral. Carolyn's got in touch to say, good morning, birthday boy, happy birthday. I just wanted a pin, so I've bought 2 bottles. I'm working on a Liberty quilt whilst watching and using your patterns. Ah, thanks, Carolyn. You're the first person who's messaged to say they actually want the pin. No, actually, a friend of mine asked if I could get a pin for her, so I don't know if I can actually, because I've only got this one that I'm wearing. You've got to buy something, but anybody who buys today or tomorrow will get a pin badge while stocks last, 1 per customer. Hi, Stuart. I treated myself to the Brother FS250 Makers Edition this morning as it's my birthday on the 10th of February. Happy birthday to us. Kate, happy birthday to you. And you're going to love your Brother FS250 Makers Edition. Absolutely love it. Have a wonderful birthday. Have a wonderful birthday. February is a good month for birthdays, I think. It's not a good month if you want to get people for a night out because it's cold and a bit miserable. But I've always loved having a birthday in February because it's far enough away from Christmas that people want to celebrate. Oh, that's interesting. Apparently this year, February is like perfect. So it starts on a Monday. It's 28. Oh, so it starts on Sunday. Oh, so it starts on Sunday, which is technically the first day of the week. Starts on Sunday and ends on a Saturday. So it's perfect 4 weeks, Sunday to Saturday, 4 perfect weeks. Oh, now I've got a special deal for you on H640. It's not on the desk. H640 is the kind of stuff I like to use for bag making. Candle mats it's very good for. Wherever you want like soft structure or soft padding, it's also really good for wall hangings as well. It's a polyester fusible batting or wadding. Now it's 90 centimetres wide and this piece is 1 metre pre-cut. If you multi-buy, it will come in pre-cut 1 metre by 90 centimetre pieces. Okay, $9.99 is the normal price, but not today. Not today. We're giving you a special price. You are going to pay $8.99. You're saving £1. This is how it'll come to you. So it is 90 centimetres wide, okay, 1 metre in length, pre-cut. So it's almost a square. It's rectangular, 90 by 100, and it's fusible on one side. You'll feel that it feels a bit rough. That's the glue dots on it. And then on the other non-fusible side, it'll feel much smoother. So I tend to put my outer fabric onto there, iron it in place. It takes about 15 seconds to fuse, and then you can cut things out, or you can pre-cut the pieces and fuse them. Really good in bag making, cushion making. You could actually use this for your quilt as you go version of sewing through the year as well, if you wanted to. And you're making a saving. Great price that. Well worth stocking up. Just remember, if you pre-cut, it will come as separate 1 metre pieces. Yeah, okay, a bit of fabric. This is rather beautiful. This is from Camelot, and it's called the Gilded Collection. It's brand new today. Oh gosh, this is rather special. This is rather lovely for a birthday. You're getting a saving. It's not 16, it's $14.99. Now let me show you this. So all of the fabrics have this sort of marbled look, and you're getting 42 This is beautiful. Look at the black and the blue. How fabulous is that? You've got a green as well. Then we've got this beautiful, like, crosshatch. You see, adding these in with perhaps some of your stash, and you've got your green colourway, your black, your blue, and your cream. Now, you could use Lynn's half-square triangle method with these squares. Not your 2-inch, because that would be, you need a 6 1/4-inch square, and these are 5-inch. But probably a 1.5-inch finished would work. We've asked Lynn if she can do some other sizes, and she said yes. She said yes, which is great news. Those are lovely. Bit different, aren't they? Really love these sort of marble, very Harry Potter. Like a potion swirling, aren't they? And then you've got that gorgeous sort of like netting. Beautiful. Brand new today, I've got low, very low double figures. Very low double figures. Yummy. Now, special launch today. First thing this morning, we launched my first ever block of the month quilt. It's called Sewing Through the Year. We'll show you the whole quilt. This is the 12 block sewing machine quilt. So you get a block each month. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. And each panel features the sewing machine, a vintage sewing machine, flowers that would be around at that time of year, and foliage and pine cones maybe, or pumpkins, depending on the month. And then you also get 2 coordinating fabrics, printed coordinates. You get a light printed coordinate, this is January, and a dark, and you get more of the dark. So you get all of that is £9.99 per panel. Now, in my 12 block quilt, which is hanging behind me, I've used 12 panels, so less than £120, and that includes the fabric for the border as well. So you save what's left of the dark coordinate each month, and you put that into your border. Okay, so it's really good value. I added about 2 meters of a white on white fabric for my sashings and a little bit in the border just to separate out the colours. And that's the only fabric that you'll need to buy extra to make that quilt top. So the bundle that we're starting with today has the January block. So obviously we're in January today. Oh, now, I need to let you know we're oversubscribed. We're oversubscribed on the bundle. There's over 100 of you with it in your basket, and I've only got double figures left. Now, I've got individual items of all of these things, and so you can get them individually if you want to, but the easiest way to shop it is to just put the bundle in. This is the February. So you've got a beautiful sort of amethyst coloured sewing machine, and you've got some little violets. These just grow wild in my garden, everywhere. Every nook and cranny, against walls, and, you know, where weeds grow. But I've got violets in my garden, and I leave them alone, because if I pull them out and make space, something like a dandelion or a nettle will make itself at home instead. And I'd rather have these. Some bearded irises, and some yellow flowers, which I can't remember the name of, and a bit of ivy. You've got your coordinates there as well. So that's the February. And then, as well as the 12 months, you've also got 4 seasonal wreaths. So this is the spring wreath. Now, you can do a 16 block quilt. Look, here it is. Here's the 16 blocks. So you've got the 12 sewing machines, but then in the 4 corners, you've got the seasonal wreaths. So you can do a 16 block quilt if you prefer, which is gorgeous. And we're still releasing the 16 blocks over a 12-month period. So every quarter, we'll introduce another seasonal wreath on the same day as that month. So it doesn't run over 16 months. That's your spring wreath, and you've got your gorgeous fresh green coordinates. Wouldn't that make the most gorgeous little quilt for Easter? Or a shopping bag for Easter? Or a candle mat for Easter? Now, if you're thinking, well, all that would be lovely, I'd love to make the quilt, Stuart, but how do I go about it? There's no instructions on the panel. I've produced one set of instructions for £9.99, which will last you all year long. But not just to make one quilt. That's not good enough value. Let me show you. Your booklet's actually 20 pages long. And you get the instructions for making the 12-block quilt, which is hanging behind me. What to do each month, but then how to put it all together and how to make your border. Okay? You don't need those instructions repeated every month. When you get your next month, you just repeat. But then I thought, this is a great candidate for Quilt As You Go. These little sashings, quilt as you go. Easier way of handling the blocks, easier way that everyone can quilt their own quilt. So I've included 4 pages of instruction on how to do Quilt As You Go. The joining method, you can do the whole quilt like that. Okay, brilliant. But then what about using the 4 seasonal blocks to make a 4-block spring, summer, autumn, winter quilt? Again, you can make this quilt as you go. There's a different border treatment. You can mix and match the border around the blocks. You can use that in the 12-block quilt. The border around the outside with the half square triangles, you can use that in the 12-block quilt as well if you prefer. Right, next up in the pattern, the candle mat. This has proved really popular today. Lots of you have been asking, buying the pattern to get this. This is, you make your templates. It's a gorgeous little thing to make, but also you can use this method to actually applique these onto a block, and you can make the quilt using these as well. I've also included a pattern to make a cushion. You could make a cushion every month, or a cushion to go with certain months maybe. There's your cushion. And think about all the embellishing you could do. The beading, the embroidery, the hand quilting or machine quilting. You're only working on 1 block at a time if you choose the Quilt As You Go method. And it's a great way to build your confidence. And then I've also included the basic cutting instructions for a bag. Now, I haven't put full piecing instructions for that. I've given you the basic dimensions. If you've got any of my bag making books, it's just a box, my box bag construction, and I've included some little ties. I deliberately took 2 photographs so you could see where and how I'd put these folded ties in. I think if you've ever made a bag before, you'll be able to look at that, and with my basic dimensions, you'll be able to work out how to reproduce that bag. And you can make that out of 1 panel. So to be able to make a bag for £9.99, and you could do that every month. Or what about a spring tote bag for £9.99? Really worth getting the instructions. Now, you get the instructions in the bundle. But if you want to get the instructions on their own, you can. And for this set of instructions only, there's 2 options. You can do a physical or you can do a digital. I don't normally do digital patterns, but I'll tell you why in a sec. So here's the physical pattern. Here's the physical, and it's 20 pages. You've got the 16 block, the cushion, the bag, the candle mat, 4 block seasonal wall hanging. Full instructions for Quilt As You Go. You'll use that many times. And the 12 block. You've also in the very front, I've given 10 different ways to use the panel. So it's not just to make a quilt. There's lots more ways you can use it. And I'm sure you'll come up with more ways too. If you want the digital instructions, these are the details you need. Now, the reason why I decided to do a digital download is because you're going to keep referring to these instructions for a whole year. You will not have to buy further instructions each month. There's only one set of instructions. This is them. But if you misplace your paper instructions, you've got the digital. If you buy digital, you've always got that to look at. It will remain in your Sewing Street account. You can download it more than once. So it's useful, I think. So I thought it would be quite good to have a digital. If you want the panels on their own, you can get the panels on their own. Let's go January 1st, very last day of January. This month, I don't know if it has for you, but it has flown by for me. Has it really dragged for you, Hannah? Lovely, vibrant colours. Layer this up, hand quilt, add some embroidery stitches or some beading. Maybe add a little bit of beading in the centre of the hellebores would be gorgeous. Really pretty. You've got your coordinates as well. The whole panel, you could do a gorgeous January bag, cushion or a candle mat. See, that candle mat would still be lovely at Christmas, but it's still lovely in January or February. If your colour scheme in your house is green or gold, you could keep that out all year round. It's seasonal, but not too seasonal. So that's January. If you want February, and it might be that your birthday or someone special's birthday is in February, and you want to make them a special birthday cushion or mini quilt. I've also suggested in the pattern you could make a calendar quilt. So you would make a base quilt with a plain centre with some Velcro on it, make mini quilts each month, and then Velcro stick them to your quilt to pass the seasons. That's your coordinates, that's February. And then spring. And again, I just think lovely, lovely artwork there. You could use your scraps, make a bigger quilt, use this as the centre of a medallion. Hi, Stuart. Happy birthday. Is the block of the month suitable for a beginner? Michelle, totally. Your block, I've kept it really simple. You're cutting out your block. You're making some simple pieced sashing and cornerstones and sewing together. Then, if you choose the quilt as you go, you can just quilt that, a 20-inch square, on your domestic sewing machine. Really great way of practicing. If you want to make the whole quilt and you're a total beginner, all the piecing, very easy. I wouldn't recommend an absolute beginner try and quilt a quilt as big as this. That's when I would say, send it to a long armour. But if you want to do every process, you absolutely can do the quilt as you go method. It's all explained in the pattern. Really beginner friendly, I think. Really beginner friendly. Joy, ordered your pattern for the quilt of the month. I'll order panels later. Joy, that's a great strategy. Every month when I am on, we will do that month, but we'll also do all the previous months. So if you want to catch up, if you only want to do certain months, you can. If you only want to do the seasonal wreaths, then you just buy 4. Absolutely fine. This is such a versatile block of the month programme. You can do it all. You can pick and choose. You can also do the whole quilt, but also do multiples. If you really love the spring wreath, you could do a candle mat in that. You could do a gorgeous cushion. You could do a little seasonal wall hanging. There's loads that you could do with that. I might just have to do something else with this for when I come back in March after my holiday, and because that would be lovely for Easter. And I think, is Easter in April this year? April the 5th. You see, that would still fit beautifully for Easter. And I might actually even get some little mini Easter eggs and even glue gun them on to the quilted mini quilt. That could be lovely. So I might just have to get an extra one of these. Right, that is the spring wreath. Right, we have got a beautiful Macawa linen texture bundle. Oh, so many gorgeous colours. So many gorgeous colours. You're going to make a saving too. We're going under £200. Sorry, we're going under £100. I beg your pardon. We are. Wow. Yeah, we're saving. That's incredible. Okay, that's great. £99.80. I just love the linen textures, and I know Lynn Goldsworthy is like linen textures #1 fan. They are glorious. They've got the most beautiful, subtle linen texture print. So there isn't a texture on the fabric. The fabric isn't bumpy, but it looks like linen. You can see, can't you? I'm just going to slip that one in there. I mean, just the palette that's been picked out is exquisite. Those gorgeous fresh greens. Now, I'm just going to say that if you wanted to mix extra fabrics, let's say you were just going for the spring wreath, okay? Yes, you've got some coordinates, but if you wanted some more, look how easy it is. There. Gorgeous. All done. All sorted. All sorted. 5 beautiful fabrics, a couple of greens, a couple of yellows and a purple, and we're done. And you could actually then piece a gorgeous wall hanging with that at the centre and some plain and pieced borders going around it in that. And that would look absolutely stunning. It's about having this resource in your stash. Everything coordinates, everything matches, and you've got those beautiful colours represented. You know, I might even pull a little bit of that to bring out that orange in the ranunculus. Would be gorgeous, and the centres of the daffodils. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. £99.80. That is a brilliant deal. You're saving £20. Love these. I might just need this as a little birthday present, mightn't I? Don't you think, though? Stuart's birthday special. Does that mean I can just have this bundle for my birthday? Is that supposed to say mega? Meeg bundle. I want a Meeg bundle. Well, did you notice as well in the advert for my birthday, my name was spelled S-T-E-W-A-R-T. Stuart. Stuart. Doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care what people call me so long as it's clean. You can call me anything. Just don't call me late for dinner. I mean it. I mean it. Of course. Yeah. It's a good question. Yeah, from Samantha. Yeah. Yes, Samantha's emailed in and asked, what is the colour in the background of the panel? What colour's the background? And it is white. It's a lovely, crisp white. Yeah, that's why, actually, Samantha, I chose a white on white for the sashing, and also why I picked a black and white stripe for the binding. If you like your stripes, 12 o'clock tomorrow. I also, and then I just use this kind of real gentle backing fabric. Oh gosh, what's that? Oh, it's obviously been scraped over some. That's all right. It'll go in the wash. Oh, it's fresh as well. It's probably ink from Hobby Maker. I'm going to blame Hobby Maker. Honestly, it's fine. But yeah, white on white. Now, what you could do, actually, Samantha, here's another idea, is if you have anything like Inktense pencils or you could watercolour paint the background of any of these panels. You could change the background colour up. You could make them bluish, pinkish. You could use your Sanntangle pens. You could add some extra inking in. You could embroider sentiments in each block. Lots of things you could do. I'm really excited about what you're going to make with my block of the month. Right, now I've got some gorgeous thread sets. Excuse me for 1 second. I will be back. Aurifil Brights. Be still my beating heart. Oh my goodness, look at those. Oh, wow, I'm going to need you to do some maths for me in a second. I'm just thinking, quilting your block of the month, these colours couldn't be have picked better for this quilt, could they? Now, £7.49 per spool. Did you see that price? £7.49. Now, what I need, please, Hannah, is £7.49 divided by 13, please. Because I want to know how much am I paying for 100 metres? 57p. For 100 metres of Aurifil thread. 75, was it? 75p? 57p. 57p. 57p for 100 metres. Now, I buy Gutermann Sew All thread, which is about £2.50 for 100 metres. I know this is an investment because you're buying a lot of thread in one go, but the price per 100 metres is phenomenally good value. And I know you're probably thinking as well, gosh, that's quite a bright colour to then quilt, say. But what you've got to remember is it's a single thread, maybe cross-hatching. And that little pop of colour could be absolutely spectacular. Really beautiful. I love that set of threads. That's your brights. That's your brights. Now, I've also got classics. Same price? Oh, lovely. So it should be £99.99. If that last set was too bright, this, I've got 3 of these boxes left. You could also use this for this to quilt it. Absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Look at those glorious colours. This mustard gold, so yummy. This sort of olive, khaki green, just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. They are stunning shades. But I do only have 2 of them left now. Remember, that purchase that you've just made, whoever that was, you've now got yourself your pin badge. If it's your first purchase, you've got your pin badge. But you've also got another entry now. Oh, one left of these threads. You've also got your entry into our shop to win. That purchase could have just won you over £1,000 worth of goodies. A sewing machine, Fiskars scissors, my entire brand new fabric collection with Lewis and Irene. Mandy Shaw's Redwork fabric collection, a 25-metre bolt of calico, William Morris goodies, you name it. Fabulous. Right, next up, I've got a really, really lovely homespun bundle. These are homespuns. I love homespuns. You get 5 fat quarters in each pack, and these are stunning. The price on these is incredible. This is your navy. You get the navy, the red, and the black. Okay. Are you kidding me? £1.33 a fat quarter. Now, remember, you've got the navy range, you've got the black, and you've got the red. Oh, yum. Can I just say, if it said tilde on the graphic, that would be probably £60. Tilde tea towel range. I love that so much. I love that so much. It would be about £50, £60. This is £1 something per fat quarter. It's incredible value. And I would mix these in with Tilde fabrics. I would mix it in with country style. Modern fabrics these would mix really well with too. Bag making, brilliant. These are lush. Great value. Great value. Wow. With lots more on the hour, we've got some barley pops, we've got some patterns, we've got some kaif, we've got, I'm just going to grab, make 100 bags. Have we got a crash on this too? Let's do that. This is used scrap sew fabric, make 100 bags. Should be £22. You're going to get a very special birthday price today. Very special birthday price. $15.99. $15.99. You really can make 100 bags. This was an absolute delight to design and make and shoot. There's the yoga on the beach bag. You got that sling for your yoga mat. Gorgeous work, rest and play bag. The Voyager when you're going on your trips and your travels. That is actually my passport. Travel Buddy backpack. You know, there's so many different ways to make each bag. You truly can make it yours. Lots of patchwork options. That is Deputy Joan, by the way, standing there. That is the very DJ. Oh, I got everyone involved in this book. It was so much fun to do. It was absolutely delightful. Purses, storage bags. $15.99. This, oh, I take these everywhere I go. They clip onto your belt loops. You can't lose them. They're really secure and easy to access. And you've got a zip pocket here, but you've also got the main body zip here as well. And if you want to, you can put another zip pocket on the other side. So ever so useful. Just practical, fun to make, adaptable, giftable. The bindle bag is my current obsession. Made so many of these. They look lovely in canvas. You can make them in faux leather, tapestry, patchwork. Absolutely loads. Now, I want to mention our hero sewing machine, the Brother FS250, is finally back in stock. It's been out of stock for 4 months, but we are in serious danger of selling out today. I now have 18 machines left, and 55 of you have it in your basket. I have just 18 machines left. Okay, 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, 8 buttonholes. You've got all your utility, decorative, patchwork and quilting stitches all included. A great range of utility feet, including your overcast foot, your embroidery foot, your general sewing foot, one-step buttonhole foot and button sewing. You've also got your walking foot included, your darning foot for free motion quilting, a non-stick foot for bag making, and an invisible zip foot for dressmaking as well, an extension table, a hardcover, and better than half price, £399 and £133 if you buy it on split pay. last few chances on this. I want to say a massive thank you to every single one of you for spending the morning with me today. It's been huge fun. Thank you so much for sending in all of your messages as well. It really, really does fill my heart with joy. Genuinely, I love that. Thank you. And I'm sorry if we didn't read yours out, but I'll be reading them all after the show. And thank you for your messages on Facebook too. We are going to head off now. Let's look at the menu for tomorrow. It's a great day. 8 a.m. we are launching Tilda Songbird. It's the brand new. Oh my goodness, I've got fat quarters, I have got bundles, I have got the most beautiful fabrics to inspire you. It is gorgeous. That's at 8, be quick. At 9 o'clock, I've got the Dreamcatcher wall hanging, brand new from Delphine Brooks. I saw it on her socials yesterday. It is out of this world. Now, at 10 o'clock, for the first time ever, Lauren Guthrie from Guthrie and Garney, and she was one of my stablemates from Sewing Bee, is here with TV exclusive. 11 o'clock, Rustic Home Seascape, and at 12 o'clock, my favourite tools. And you can still get your pin badge and get entered into the prize draw tomorrow as well. I will see you bright and early. Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care till then.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.